And welcome everyone to day 2 of the Paris Freestyle event. Good morning to everyone from New York. My name is International Master Alex Ostrovsky. I am joined today by the wonderful Women's FIDE Master Maria Emilianova, and we are very excited to bring you day 2 of the action. We have Hikaru versus Fabiano coming up, as well as many other wonderful games. How are you doing this morning, Maria?
Hi, actually, good afternoon to everybody from Dubai. So the other side of the world. It's a bit later here in the day. Yeah, I'm also very excited to be joining for this second event in the Freestyle Chess Grand Tour. It's going to be really exciting. I was following a little bit yesterday. Really fun to see Abdusatorov in the lead together with Magnus, especially that he was a late addition to the tournament after withdrawal of Hans. But what was your highlight of yesterday?
My highlight. Well, there were a lot of let me rack my brain because we had 6 rounds, many games. Obviously, we got to see amazing matchups like Hikaru versus Magnus, Magnus in general, just Torv in general. Round one, I guess, this 120 move game between Magnus and Vidit, that was very interesting. Maybe the highlight was the very exciting finish between Hikaru and Arjun Erigaisi that I was in commentary for with Mr. Canty, and it was like a crazy position. Both players had 10, 20 seconds. So I guess that would be my highlight off the top of my head, but I'm sure we'll get plenty of highlights today as
Mhm.
well, as the players are analyzing this position we have on camera. What do you think about this one, Maria?
Well, this position is certainly almost normal, but at the same time, very unnormal. I love that we only basically have a pair of pieces swapped. Everything else is normal, but the dynamics of the game might change dramatically because of the bishops being already together on one side and both knights on the other, which means the pieces kind of have to coordinate in a certain way. Like your knights cannot really easily reach the queen side very quickly. And the bishops will be naturally controlling only one side of the board from the start. So yeah, what do you think is the beginning? Like c4 is probably one of the obvious moves that comes to mind, but maybe also d4. It's hard to imagine that the king side will be like the pawns will be touched at all for a while.
Yeah, and I'm trying to get a sneak peek into these into the camera we have there. It's just, you're asking what the start of the game is going to be. I'm doing a little bit of quote unquote cheating by looking at what the players are analyzing. Definitely do think C4 is one of the moves they're considering. I'm trying to see all the moves they're playing. They're going backwards. I'm pretty sure they're looking at something like C4, C5, which is not unusual to see the symmetry, as both players would be looking to open up their bishops. Earlier in the stream,
Ooh, some sneak
mhm.
peek into Jan Butner's phone
Oh
here.
yeah. Is he texting any of the players about any contracts that he can't fully
Reviewing
see?
what they
Is that
owe
his
them.
WhatsApp open there? Yeah. Let's see the terms. By the way, one thing that I'm pretty sure I was looking at was, oh, my position went back to the original and we don't want that. Oh, hold on. Let's do the refresh. It's brought us back to the, okay, here we go. We got the number one position. I'm pretty sure I
That
saw the
that
players
bishop
looking at,
makes a dance with the knight all the time
yeah,
back and forth.
I'm pretty sure I saw the players looking at something like this earlier, which is kind of funny. So they're thinking, hey, I got the knight in F1. Does it make sense to develop it? Maybe not, because the H pawn is coming
Mm,
quickly. So I'm pretty sure I saw that on the board. Oh, Maria, check
yeah.
this out. Now we got C4, C6, a little bit of a Slav action there as the players are
Mm-hmm.
looking at possible ways to continue. By the way,
Yeah,
a
I
reminder
see
to
Nodirбек, Prague,
Mhm.
Nepo, and Fabi, right? Oh no,
Let's
it's
zoom
Khmer
out.
on the left. The jacket is of Khmer.
Yeah, I think the hack here is you got to memorize their suit colors, and then even if you can't see the players, you can tell them. But I like this. We have 5 different colors.
Jackets and
Yeah.
tattoos. That's all I
Oh,
need
that's
to
true.
recognize
That's it.
them.
Is there more than one player with tattoos here? Is he?
Not that I know of.
Yeah, but still an easy identifier for one of the
The
players.
Nepo,
And there
yeah.
they go. They're going back. By the way, I was going to say for anyone just joining us today, this is one of the interesting features of the freestyle event is that the players they receive their freestyle position and then they have a little bit of time to analyze together. And yesterday, I wasn't aware of this until after the stream. Something kind of amusing happened. The players are analyzed, we have 12 players, so they go into teams of 6. But
Yeah.
yesterday, what happened was in the last round, there was some confusion, and Hikaru ended up analyzing the position with Gukesh, who he was playing. So they were like, it was a little bit awkward. They were like, wait a minute, what? We just analyzed this together. We just talked about the strategy, and now we're playing each other. So yeah, I
Uh-oh.
wasn't aware of that, but we are off to the first move here. So let's see how these players are
That's
setting
pretty
up.
funny. So they
Yeah.
both didn't realize they're playing each other?
Somehow they like, yeah, because they go to the arbor like, hey, what color am I playing? They're like, oh, white, black. So like, okay, let me go with the players who are playing white. Let me go with the players who are playing black.
Okay, so the
Mhm.
arbiter made a mistake with at least one of the
I'm not
players.
sure who made the,
Wrong
yeah, I
color.
mean, there's just some confusion, but the outcome itself was pretty funny. But that game, Hikaru ended up winning in a very, very nice way. And we do have C4, C6 on the board. By the way, we should also remind ourselves and our viewers what's at stake here. Today we have 5 rounds, and you need to make the top 8. If you make the top 8 players, you're going to move on to the knockout stage. And right now, Hikaru, I believe, is in 5th place. I believe Fabi is in 8th. So very important game for their chances. But of course, we have plenty of opportunities to rack up the points today.
Yeah, so the number of players that advances is still the same. The knockout stage will be the same as in the first Weissenhaus event. They just added 2 more players to make it a little bit more maybe fair, right? That only 2 players disqualifying from the event is not that fun. Like it's better to have 4 against 8. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think also we'll hear about this a little bit more today because there was, of course, the pre-tournament discussions of sort of, multiple players. Well, specifically 2 players. First it was Alireza, then it was, of course, Hans. For different reasons, were not able to participate. And I believe, if I understood correctly, I think one of the reasons they expanded the field was to try to include Alireza in the tournament, since the tournament's in Paris. We have, of course, MVL, one of the leading, premier French players, and so is Alireza. So I think that was also one of the motivations. But like you said, I actually think that when you have the top 8 qualification structure, it makes more sense to have 12 people than 10 or 9. It's kind of a little mean. It's like, okay, 9 players. Of course, 9 wouldn't make sense because it's an odd number. Then you just eliminate 1 or 2 of them. So I like this a lot more in terms of the tournament structure.
Yeah, indeed. And having more players, more maybe it also adds a bit more reasoning to fight for higher places, because more players can actually stop the leaders. Once one player is kind of like on the last place, they're likely to stop trying. When you have 4 of them, it's more chances for one of them to advance. So it adds a bit more, diversity there. Yeah.
Absolutely. All right.
But yeah,
So,
strange story with Alireza. I really don't understand. Like he loves freestyle chess. It's really like upsetting for a lot, I'm sure, and also a shame for chess to not to have him play.
absolutely. So, yeah, like I think in our next break, we will make sure all our viewers are caught up to speed with the story. We'll play them perhaps the interview with the organizer Jan Henry Butner. But in the meantime,
Yeah.
we do have a very chill game so far. Just to run through a little bit of the moves, very symmetrical. Hikaru, he traded on d5. Yesterday, his game against Gukesh, the last game he played, was also very symmetrical. Hikaru was playing black. The moment the game became asymmetrical, Hikaru started dominating. But this game starts off very quietly, castles, castles. Now Hikaru goes bishop d3. This reminds me, of course, of an exchange Slav opening. If you compare it to standard chess, which would be d4, d5, c4. The only difference, of course, it's actually not even that much difference because the bishop from f1 would normally go to d3. So here it went
Exactly.
to d3 as well.
And
So
the knight also sometimes ends up on g3 anyway via d2 f1
yeah,
or
maybe it could have
c3
some
here.
routes there. Yeah, definitely would not be impossible. But yeah, I guess yesterday when we had a chance to talk to Hikaru, at the end of the day, he was like, okay, of course, pretty satisfied with the result because the goal is you got to make top 8. So at this point, like we mentioned, he's in 5th. So perhaps getting a solid start to the day. I don't know if he's already thinking about, okay, let's play it safe. Let's get a draw. That would be great for his tournament standings. But Fabi kind of needs to maybe push for some wins because he's in 8th. So if the players below him start getting hot and winning some games, he's going to be in some danger of falling out of that qualification spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw that Vidit is on the last place, and of course everybody's response to that, oh yeah, he just got married, so that's expectable. But if he does advance to the knockout stage, I expect some really interesting games from him. He is way more of a classical player than blitz player or
Uh,
rapid.
you mean Vidit or Fabi or
Vidit.
oh Vidit?
Yeah, so like I wouldn't completely expect him to not to be able to play on a high level there. But yeah, I'm sure he is not having any regrets about participating at all. Very nice honeymoon place to Paris.
Absolutely. I mean, we should mention all the players in this tournament are over 2,700. These are all the best players in the world, so they're all very much capable of performing at the highest level. But yeah, actually, the story about him, since we brought it up, if I remember correctly, when he qualified to the event, right, via the qualification tournament on chess.com, and he was like, "Oh yeah, like I wasn't really preparing or doing much chess because I'm busy getting married." So
Mhm.
kind of I think there is, I forgot, I feel like maybe this is a Russian quote, maybe not, but I feel like there's something like, well, when you get married, you lose like 280 points or something like that. I
Yeah, yeah,
don't, so something along those lines,
quite
but
well-known expectation. Although
mhm,
we are yet to see that from Magnus. But
mhm,
not only Vidit was not preparing for chess, he played the tournament after a full day of events and organizing and even photo shoot for which he had to wake up at like 5 a.m.
mhm.
And he ended up playing a tournament until like 3 a.m. his time. So the full 24-hour day for him basically. Because then after that he also made an interview with Chess Base India.
So yeah, it's just goes to show you that's different ways to results can come in unexpected ways. Maybe that's the best preparation, just spend all day in the photo shoot. The game here so far, by the way, the only asymmetry is the positioning of the bishops, which I guess you can argue that, well, excuse me, these bishops right here, with Fabi still keeping his bishop on b8, which by the way is not really that much worse at all than Hikaru's bishop on d3. The only difference is that Hikaru's rooks are linked. Very, very symmetrical. The players are also pretty symmetrical on the clock. Hikaru offers a queen trade, even at the cost of doubling his pawns. The pawns can't really be targeted just yet. Of course, you would rather have them not be doubled, but still, it's not a huge deal. You open up the rook, the other rook can come to c1. So we'll see if things kind of get a little bit more lively, but the impression I'm getting is that both players, I don't it's not that early yet in Europe, but still it's the first round. Maybe you're content to just dip your toes in the water, right? Just be like, all right, let's kind of remember how the pieces move and then save the excitement for later. But we'll see. We got knight f4. So some imbalance is coming because you probably need to take this knight. And now we'll have the knight pair versus the bishop pair maybe coming up in the middle game.
Yeah, I think Hikaru is not exactly very happy with his position. He's probably just not finding any viable ways of spicing it up. So potentially he's probably okay with even it ending it in a draw. His position in the tournament is fairly safe. But of course he will try to look how to play for a win here. But for Fabi, this might be almost all-in situation.
Yeah, we have the queen trade on the board now on b6, which I think is in Hikaru's favor, considering that he has double Fabi spawns. Again, not a huge weakness immediately, but that's the thing about the pawn structure. It lasts the rest of the game. So even though you cannot attack the pawns right away, maybe somewhere down the road, like something like the knights come in. And of course, right now it's impossible, but you don't know. We have another trade. Now, I believe Fabi will probably just play e6, push the bishop back. And yeah, the only asymmetry in the position will be, of course, the position of the pawns and the opposite color bishops. b5 first. I think that's a very nice move. You can put the pawn on b4, and that's going to fix the pawn on a2 as a potential target. So that's a nice move because I guess if Fabi started with e6, then the pawns would not be able to move. That's an excellent decision, I believe, by him. And perhaps Hikaru should try to play a3. Otherwise, let's say you play, let's pretend the bishop goes back. After pawn to b4, all of a sudden, the pawn in a2 becomes a little bit of a surprising target, and the double b pawns don't stay weakness, they become a strength. So perhaps a3 is the most solid move from Hikaru here.
Yeah, lots of photography material there from Hikaru.
From his facial expressions.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually did a tier list recently on stream of the top 25 players. And yeah, of course, Hikaru made it to the S tier together with Nepo.
Yeah, I was thinking of them. How about where did Magnus end up? I feel like he makes some interesting faces at times.
Yeah, Magnus also was an S. It was very
S
hard
tier. Mm-hmm.
to position him anywhere else, although he was third after these two.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's very fair, especially yeah, Hikaru, of course, has a multitude of ranges, and I think Nepo, he has the most clear facial expressions, right? He's like they're very maybe not as frequent. Maybe I'm wrong about it. I feel like he's not as frequent, but very powerful, very noticeable expressions. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. It is very very accurate. Of course, they both had their amazing moments.
Mm-hmm.
But for Nepo, it's easier to read. Like
Mm-hmm.
Hikaru's face might mean both like kind of a
Oh,
good
look at
and
this,
a
Maria.
bad frown, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, Nepo is like kind of not really a poker face person.
Absolutely. But I was actually wondering if I wish I said this a moment earlier because I was thinking if they're gonna do this.
Oh.
The rules in this event, right? You cannot offer a draw until move 40. So what happened here is that the position is just very it's completely symmetrical now with the exception of the rook to c8. So both players they go g3, g6, and now
So
they're
they are
moving the
claiming a
kings.
draw, right?
Um,
I
well, I'm looking at the
think.
camera. There's Hikaru's giving a little smile, smiling at Fabi, laughing.
Yeah, Hikaru was looking at the is it a screen or is it a move counter on the clock that he was referring to?
I'm not sure because they have not made a threefold yet. It has the position is
No,
not repeated 3 times. So I don't think maybe they're accidentally making a premature claim, but I mean they're not looking at the board, right?
they
They're
were
looking
not
at the
looking
clock.
like they were not discussing the draw, but for some reason
Hmm.
Hikaru was looking at the screen and Fabi was looking for a arbiter, and
Hmm.
now they're talking to an arbiter. Something
Yeah,
is with the clock, maybe?
yeah, it seems like something's more likely wrong with maybe the clock or some malfunction. I don't know. But it seems all in good fun, right? Everyone's smiling and laughing, and now they're gonna repeat the kings. Maybe they were clarifying the rules about the repetition, but here we go. Mhm.
This is funny. They're
Yeah.
like, Coach, can we do it now? Can we do it now? Yes, you can. Oh, yes. And now they repeat it.
Yeah, this game never really deviated much from a very calm position. And yeah, let's maybe so a draw for Car is a good result in terms of standings. Of course, um, it's all about making the top 8. The other games are still going. Let's see, Maria, where should we kind of jump? We got lots of options here. Where do you think we should
Oh, yeah, we have a lot.
start?
Like Prague,
Hmm.
Gukesh is interesting. Keimer,
Magnus, of course. Yeah.
Magnus has some unresolved issues there. He would need to win against
Hmm.
Vincent to prove to himself.
Oh,
Oh,
wait a
yeah.
minute. I'm gonna check this
Yes,
one. I saw the eval bar
yes.
just
Let's do
swing
it. Let's
massively.
do it.
I just saw this. Okay, I'm also curious how the other games handled the opening. So of course, in Hikaru's game, we saw C4. Look, we got E4 here in Jan's game. We get a Scandinavian. We actually saw something like this yesterday where the knight couldn't come and attack the queen, although here it can. Here, if queen D5, you have
Oh,
knight
yes.
E3.
Good
So,
point.
yeah, whoa. So this was MVL jumping with the knight. Oh, but his knights, he got into a lot of trouble here. Yeah,
MVL
yeah.
immediately went to the edge. He's like,
Look at
I'm
this
in
move.
trouble.
What is going on here? So he sacrificed this knight, and then he got the pin. Knight
And
E3 gets a brilliant, but it's easy to give up a
wow.
piece when you're up a piece, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
So this was just an opening disaster. If we have any Scandinavian fans in the chat, sorry, even in 960 or
I mean,
excuse me,
I always called
freestyle.
it MD, so I'm only in favor of this.
Well, I was gonna say it's maybe doesn't work in any format, but yeah, at present we have Nepo could just win in exchange, right? He can give a fork on the rook and
Yeah.
queen, and then excuse me on the king and queen, and you have to sacrifice it. But he also has the knight coming to d4. So I was curious what blunder we had there, but it doesn't look like there was any blunder. It looks like the position was just quite dubious from the very early stages of the game. MVL though is on 4.5 out of 6. Neville's on 4 out of 6. These are two of the players who are firmly in the front of the standings. So maybe they're having a little bit more leeway to get a little crazy with their moves. Okay, let's see what else we can get here. I feel like we know that Nepo's in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, yeah.
What about let's check how's Magnus. I'm also curious how all these openings are going because it's interesting to see the different approaches. So Magnus 5 out of 6 playing Vincent Keimer, who definitely needs to get some wins. We also get C4, but here we get E5, so a more imbalanced approach. The English, and now we have this, I guess, bot-winning system is what you would maybe call it if it was on regular chess.
But it's a bit strange with that knight going to G3. I feel like it belongs on D5.
Yeah. Oh, queen's coming out. Yeah, so that's one of the quirky things, right? There's no knight C3, so maybe you can get the queen out.
There is no danger of knight C3, yeah.
Yeah. So we have, so Magnus really playing for the initiative. E5, C5, queen D5. And let's see, he trades this knight away so that his pawn in E4 will be nice and safe. And now, this is spooky, you could really get checkmated. So he gives up the pawn. No checkmate, so he's down a pawn, but he has very active pieces. B6 is a great move. Now the bishop has these wonderful diagonals. So basically we have a pawn deficit for Magnus, but with the obstacle or bishops and the piece activity, he's not really even worse, even though he's down a pawn. But also he's not maybe quite better, just great compensation, let's say.
Yeah, I agree here. It's still very dynamic, but of course, if the queens are off the board, then Vincent is potentially playing for a win.
Yeah, perhaps we won't see a do not expect a queen E6 move here, right, from Magnus.
But what do you expect? Maybe Magnus will push H5, H4, try to open it up?
That sounds like a great idea, especially with the bishop on B7, right? If I can sneak my way to attack that G2 pawn, why not? Definitely think Magnus will be playing bishop B7 here, but Vincent might just try to, if things get very dangerous, he might try to go for like rook E1 95, right? Try to trade the knights off, then try to keep offering trades, and perhaps he will be able to avoid any danger that way. Queen D7 from Magnus, huh? Okay, so this does stop knight E5 because the bishop on D2 will be hanging, but perhaps he also has a different idea with retreating the queen. I don't know exactly what it is, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's a good point. What is behind that? Maybe queen to C6 somehow try to
Build the
put
battery.
pressure on that, diagonal.
Yeah, the problem is going to be hard to keep that pressure, right? Because I have moves like rook C1. Yeah, I don't see Magnus being in any real danger because the extra pawn is not going anywhere. You can't really push it. The bishop is incredible on this diagonal. Actually, Magnus could have already, had he wanted to, he could have won his pawn back, right? He could have actually taken on F3 and taken on D4. But he actually doesn't really want that pawn back because his bishop is probably worth maybe a pawn and a half, if not more, because it's so powerful in B7. He's willing to just keep it on the board for a bit of time. Queen D3 from Vincent.
Yeah, exactly.
Is here.
Some queen dance.
Yeah, Queen D7, Queen D3. Okay, I'm also curious if anyone else is done. We still have some other games. Maybe let's just go around real quickly, see if anything's exciting. This might be exciting. The opposite side, quote unquote, castling.
Actually, I just saw that Prague was slightly better earlier, but then something happened.
Yeah, this is the game between the two Indian prodigies. Prague has 2.5. Gukesh has 1.5. This is like they've got to immediately start winning games, especially Gukesh if they hope to stay in the lead. Let's see really quickly. Oh, this is they were maybe looking at a Magnus here played C5. Gukesh though played C6, which looks very natural. Okay, we're seeing a lot of these queens come out. Very interesting. So this might be the moment that we saw. Oh, he's a little better. Not quite. King D8. It's a nice move. Create the pin.
Yeah, very cool move. Doesn't need to castle with a king on C7.
So material is all equal, but black's pieces are pretty active. The queen here is very annoying, preventing. Yeah, that's why we see rook b1. We also have the black rooks are immediately controlling the center, and white has the bishop pair. You know, you hear masters and grandmasters talk a lot about the advantage of the bishop pair. Not really a big advantage when the bishops are just staring at their own pawns, right?
Yeah, just have to defend those weak pawns.
Yeah, and anyone we see some questions in the chat. Hikaru's game was a quick draw against Fabiano, so he gets a little bit of a rest. He has two whites today to actually start the day, if I recall correctly.
That's nice.
Yeah, especially because in freestyle, pardon me, some of the positions are, depending which position you get, some of them are actually quite advantageous to white. Some of these like strange positions with the queens in the corner, and then if you have the first move, you can pin the pawn to the queen, and now your queen can't come out. So
yeah,
I don't know
exactly.
how.
In the previous years with the attempts to make to host the 960 World Championships, which were either classic or like borderline between rapid and classic format, where players get more time to discuss to prepare for the games and maybe also like figure out stuff at the board. They actually removed all those positions in discussion with players prior to the tournament. I think maybe like 20, 30 positions were actually removed from the pool of randomly selected games. And here it's not the case.
So there was probably like some threshold, like if a position is greater than whatever advantage, we're gonna get rid of. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I don't think I'm pretty sure they don't remove any positions here, but I also think that with the rapid format, makes also some sense, right? Because actually, one of the games yesterday, Hikaru was playing against Arjun Erigaisi. That was a position that it was like plus 0.6 or something like that, which is probably at least double the advantage you would normally get from a regular starting position. But that turned out to be a very exciting game that black actually won. So it does give us a chance to see some different positions. By the way, here we have wonderfully placed pieces for black. White kind of is playing a little bit of defense. The bishop has to defend this pawn, the rook defends this pawn, the bishop defends this pawn. So looking pretty good for Gukesh. And by the way, Nepo did win that game that we briefly checked earlier, which was not unexpected, of course. Erigaisi, by the way, looks like, according to the eval bar, has a nice advantage against Norderbeck, who's the leader of the event with Magnus. So, yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on some results. And poor Vidit on the honeymoon looks like he may be losing to Richard Report. So games are getting more crucial, right? If you're in the bottom four, you need to win.
Yeah, and Vidit is potentially already looking at booking his flights back home.
Yeah. Well, you don't think he'll stay a little longer, regardless?
Probably he will. I mean, I'm sure he will do some honeymoon somewhere, but whether it's Paris or not, it's probably he can stay until the end. Usually the organizers are inviting everyone to stay.
Well, he's probably hoping that perhaps he will also make sure those that long invitation will also involve him playing some chess. And I like this move, by the way, bishop c5, maybe eyeballing some invasions on the 3 square. And Prague is going down to 1 minute. Maybe we'll stick here. Maybe, do you think, maybe let's quickly check this Norderbeck Erigaisi game, because it looks like I'm looking at the eval bar. I don't see the position, and I just see it go down and down and down.
Yeah,
So
it's
what's
just
going on
climbing
here?
downwards.
This looks like you would not know this was a freestyle position, right? If you just jumped into the middle game. Seems a little too normal. We got the kings on the same side. So what's the problem here? The problem is that we have two bishops, especially this guy right here in e5 is very strong. The rook at g4 is a little bit awkwardly placed. It could get hit by an f5 at any moment. In fact, now that I look at it, yeah,
I was gonna say that's what's happening. He needs to look into how to give it up in the best way. Maybe for that bishop on a5.
I wonder if this a5 move, this was kind of sneaky. You think like, oh, maybe he wants to push a4, but actually a5 took away the last available square
Yeah,
from the rook. So that was kind of a funny little idea there. And now you have to give it up, like you said. Maybe you got to go to d4 to at
probably
least
rook
give it to the
d4 is
bishop.
the only.
Yeah. So extra exchange for Arjun here. Arjun, by the way, was tied going into this round with Hikaru for that 5th place, I believe, or maybe 4th. Check the standings after the game's finish. So win for him here. Wouldn't really hurt Nordebek's chances at all, but for Arjun, it would probably cement him for sure into the
Yeah,
top
he would
echelon of the
be
event.
like third, fourth, and Nederbeck will remain to be second. It's probably safe for Nederbeck to say that he is gonna qualify even if he loses like 3 games today.
Yeah, and we know he's with his level of play, he's probably unlikely to do that. But it's nice to have that option, right?
Yeah, yeah, definitely allows you to be more creative and explore the freestyle chess in full freestyle format.
Absolutely. So yeah, looks like he is fighting for survival, although I do like that even though he's down material, he is dominant on the dark squares, so at least he has that um advantage, I suppose. So it's not just like, oh well, Arjun's up, material and game over. It feels like at least he has some counter chances, though of course black is much better. Everyone's battling. Vidit, I see he has 5 seconds. I guess we should just have a look at his suffering real quick. This is good timing. We came in just as the game
Yeah,
is ending.
perfect timing. Sheesh from Richard.
And Rich, by the way, those guys, I didn't realize they were on 1 out of 6. So this was kind of like the elimination game almost, because Vidit on 1 out of 7. Even if he wins the next 4 games, I'm not sure that will be enough for him. Richard keeps a lifeline. Queen takes f8. He gets the brilliant move, queen
Yeah,
sacrifice.
brilliant checkmate in the best style of the puzzle rush.
Yeah, that is definitely a puzzle rush continuation. Maria, take us. Where do you think we should go between these wonderful games?
Yeah, I think let's go back to Prague against Gukesh. Looks like it went back to equal, but it's not drawn. It
Oh,
looks
good
equal.
call. Now we're getting the evaluation is going to be swinging all over the place with these guys
Yeah.
being on 30 seconds, I'm sure.
Yeah, and the position is very, very complicated. This Pino on the E file, the bishop is kind of like I'm not sure where it's supposed to go to, but I guess he's keeping the pawn on c6 under threat. But now for Prague, it's very hard to find a move. I mean, the engine says g4, but yeah, like let's
Yeah,
go. Maybe Prague actually will play that, but not many players will risk opening the.
wow,
Oh, there
he
we
did
go.
it. Great
He
move.
did
Yeah, I was
it.
gonna say this capture on f5, he won a pawn, but apparently it's a mistake. And I guess with g4, there's like ideas also of the bishop coming out, and these pawns might be getting pushed. But this is
Mm,
also a move that if you don't find the proper continuation after, so we immediately get a quote unquote mistake, you might just be regretting your open king. Queen e6 looks like a good move. You're attacking g4 and the bishop. 4 seconds for Prague. He goes back home to safety. Complicated position.
yeah, I mean, taking on h7 is way too risky. I guess with g6 he can play f5, but it's not enough time for him to calculate all this line.
No chance. Yeah, you risk taking that pawn. Also opening the rook potentially, right? So for the engine, it might be like, oh yeah, that's a pawn. When you have 4 seconds, you
Yeah,
you feel like you're just going to. Yeah, I don't even think
everything
you
is
consider that
hanging, and
move.
yeah, and if you lose, you lose.
I like that queen d5 move from Gukesh. Just make sure that there's no pressure on the c6 pawn. He's up a pawn, so simplification is not a bad idea for him.
Yeah, but at the same time, Gukesh is on 1.5, while Prague is closer to qualifying spots. So Gukesh is in a must-win for the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely. Perhaps Prague here, he's trying to utilize some pressure on these with the pin, with rookie 1 as well. Also, he has the option potentially of trading into an opposite color bishop endgame, where even if he's down a pawn, he would have some holding chances.
Mhm.
So definitely for Gukesh, I guess the matchups between we saw a report and Vidit, and here we have Prague and Gukesh. Probably these are the four guys that are really in need of some points today.
Mhm. Yeah, for sure.
Bishop h7 is the best move here. Any chance we get it? I don't think so, but let's see.
Yeah, he might be preparing it with rook e1, at least defending the rook on e2. Cannot do. Yeah, I'm afraid bishop h7 is not gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think he's probably, I was going to say, he's probably considering, can I just simplify down and get into the opposite color bishop endgame? So we'll
Yeah, and
see.
then black will take all the, like, exchange all the rooks, and bishop on e3 is attacking f4, so taking on h7 is not winning a pawn anymore.
Okay, does he really have no time, or are we not getting the moves? Okay, there we go. They were coming in. So we have everything traded off. The pawn is hanging. Yeah, the problem is if you go f5, I feel like he does take the pawn. I was going to say that the king could come in quite quickly. There's a the best move here is really nice. You don't even bother with the pawn. You go b5 and you start targeting these queenside pawns, because if you get rid of this guy, all of a sudden you got some passers being really, really serious. But how could you not take this pawn, right? That feels like the most natural move, and that's why we get it.
So now a4, or what's the plan?
Yeah, still difficult. I mean, the bishop here is still going to be able to target these pawns. So I'm not sure. The material, yeah, we have an extra pawn for black. He's going to get another one. Yeah, just attacking, even just bishop d2 right away.
Yeah, now
And I
he's
guess then
losing that
b5
pawn.
can,
He's losing
yeah,
one of the pawns.
yeah, he's might be losing. Yeah, well, he's definitely losing this one. So let's see, h4, trying to create an outside passer. I think this is winning for black, because once I
Yeah,
take
it
this
has to
pawn,
be.
this is going to be very, very strong.
Yeah, I don't
g5.
think he can save it. Takes.
Yeah,
He's
and
not
then I
even
can
in
always
pawn
put my
position.
bishop back on d2. Whoops.
Yeah,
To keep an eye on
exactly.
these pawns.
How do you actually win this with the h6 being a dark square?
Yeah, I think that the opposite color bishops are not this is king d6 is nice, because here perhaps, yeah, king e7, you don't even need to give your opponent the option of a passer, which I'm pretty sure is still probably going to be winning for black, but you don't even need to bother going in that route.
Yeah, and this is even such a better version of this position without g6. Like with the queen still on the board, black would have played g6 to trap that bishop, but then the pawn would have been on a light square. Here, this is not the case. The g7 pawn is the pinnacle of the king side of Gukesh. Well,
But
now
here,
he
now we can now we have some
now he's
plans. Yeah.
losing a bishop. Yeah.
Yeah. That bishop all of a sudden is wandered too deep into the territory. Yeah, you just go king g7 here, and that's over. Okay, so big win for Gukesh. He bounces back from his loss yesterday to Hikaru, so he will certainly win. Magnus's games looks like the only game that's still in the balance, and this one we left like 20 moves ago, but the pawns have stayed the same, and the opposite color bishops have stayed the same. Well, excuse me. Actually, wait, hold on. Magnus did drop another pawn. I realized he's missing one on the king side, but despite this is a position, it's kind of funny to compare this one with the game we just saw. This one with the opposite color bishops is a draw, because these pawns cannot ever move. And here, if you ever play g4, I'm just trading all the pawns, and still is a draw. But Vincent's going to try to win. He got the 2 extra pawns. Why not? Another problem for him, I guess, is that if he moves his king, his pawns are going to be targeted. So he's maybe looking to go this way.
He is trying to trade the pawn on g3 in order to then put his pawns g3 f4, and then his king is free from defending it.
Yeah, but the trick here is that despite all the extra pawns, they're not really moving anywhere, right? They're not really in a position to advance.
Yeah, I guess it's a very strong king that compensates for the absence of 2 pawns for Magnus.
still going to try. He's still going to go king h4. But the problem is that if you have to push f4, which you probably do once I attack the pawn, let me just show for, okay, we might just get on the board in a moment, but let's say we have even something like this and, you know, some position along these lines. This is just going to be, for several reasons, maybe just a draw, as I can blockade everything on the board. So we'll see something like, I'm sure we'll see something like that as Vincent tries to get a win.
You don't even have to allow the king taking on h5. The bishop probably can just go on g4 and block everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we get f4. So this is preparing to have this pawn not be attacked potentially after king h4. So for Magnus, he just needs to make sure he keeps everything blockaded in the light square. This is why opposite color bishop endgames are notorious for being drawn. Even though you're up 2 pawns here, you can't make any progress because you're powerful in the dark squares. You can't do anything in the light squares.
Yeah.
And Magnus got a lot more time. So in case any Vincent finds any tricks, he'll be ready to counter them. Vincent, of course, the winner of the first event, right? The first leg of the freestyle tour. But in this event, he is has yet to find his groove.
Yeah. Well, it's worth mentioning that going for a pawn on b2 would be a mistake for black because of the pawn d immediately marching forward.
Yeah, if you're playing black here, you cannot be thinking about trying to win. That's how you end up losing. You have to just play
and even if he
boring.
even if he loses the pawn on b2, it doesn't matter for Vincent anyway. I think what Magnus is considering now, whether to swap pawns h5 and g2 or immediately play bishop e2 to defend that pawn. He's going back.
Yeah, I think he will take it because, well, I don't know. Let's say they both look quite reasonable, but how is well, there's some tricks here, right? If you get a little careless and play like bishop d1, then you lose after d5 because this is a trade white would love to make, and you cannot stop those pawns. So there's some ways to mess this up, but yeah, you can see why this is, I think, just a total fortress. This pawn cannot move. You cannot do. Also, there's some other, I guess, like, let's say if you play bishop to g2, so now there's no d5, but there's g4, and all of a sudden, now we have some pawns running down the board. So there's some small tricks to watch out for, but I don't think Magnus will allow them.
He also could have played bishop e4, right? Instead of g4. It does not matter where the bishop is.
Yeah, I guess so. That way, I'm assuming he probably just wants to keep it. Yeah, it looks also quite good. Some definitely not just one way to hold on. I like this plan from Vincent. He's like, hey, maybe I can come over and get these pawns. Nope.
Sneaky king.
Yeah. So now Magnus can just go maybe bishop d7. But at some point, I expect Vincent may try some g4 just to try to get some pass. He's got 2 extra pawns, so giving one away is no risks to him.
A very active king for Vincent.
Yes, indeed. King f6 on the board. I mean, can he play d5? Even, and then you can kind of walk the king over. But even if you win the pawn in a6, it doesn't really matter because I can always protect the pawn on b5. So you could give this up to try to keep walking the king.
Infiltrate.
What do we get in the game? Bishop c7. So improving the position of the bishop. Yeah, I think the most dangerous plan is like some kind of g4 and seeing if this pawn can run. But of course, considering that f5 is a light square, you're very unlikely to be able to achieve that, as I can always blockade it.
Yeah, exactly. That bishop always goes to g4 or e4. They probably will play for a bit longer, but I expect a draw.
We do have, this is the final game.
Yeah.
We do have plenty of results. Of course, we saw Hikaru's game ended in a draw against Fabiano. Yukash did win against Pragananda. Eric Geisy converted his advantage against Norderbeck. Rapport beat Vidit, and Nepo beat MVL. So, yeah, the standings will definitely come more clear as we go round by round. We got the king going all over the place. Every round, it seems like there's always a game that goes, close to 100 moves. This might be the game to have the honor this round.
Yeah, from my experience, it's usually Vidit who stretches the games very, very long, especially in classical format. I think at the Olympiad in Hungary, almost every round he was the last one in the top fourth remaining still playing. But yeah, here this game is definitely one of the longest.
Yeah, normally I would think some of Magnus's games could be very long because he is, of course, notorious for his end game, squeezes. Speaking of, we had, I think, the longest game of the day yesterday was Magnus against Vidit. So there you go. But here he's on the other side of the end game play. But yeah, I think he's got this completely under control. You could just see all the black pawns and pieces are on the light squares, making it very difficult for any progress to be made by Vincent.
Yeah, so if Magnus draws this, he will be in sole lead, at least briefly.
I think he will, right? Because Nordenbeck was on 5 and he lost, and MVL was on 4.5.
Nepo also moved to 5 points after his win. Yep, so now they drew. Magnus is on first with 5.5. Nepo, Norderbeck on 5. Arjun, MVL on 4.5. And then it's Hikaru on the 6th place with 4. And then there is a big gap actually. Here the leaders are in half a point difference, while Fabi is on 3. So Hikaru should be very safe in qualifying perspectives. Yeah,
he actually did, I think, drop from 5th to 6th with the previous round. But as you mentioned, point ahead of Fabi, point and a half ahead of Gukesh and Prague and Vincent. So he is definitely very much controls his own finish here as we wrap up the first round. And next round, Hikaru will be playing against Prague, who we saw lost his game to Gukesh. And yeah, lots of action to come. We will take a short break, but of course we will be right back for the next round, the 7th round of the event. The 8th round of the event. So we will catch you in just a couple minutes.
See you soon.
So I texted him, and this is only day before yesterday.
Sort of an explanation to why he's out.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know even myself, although I have been in close communication and discussion with him. The issue is, basically we have these players' contracts, which are really very straightforward. And we actually, as you know, according to this problem that we had between the players and FIDE, we organized or helped them organize a like a players organization, which they selected Levon Aronian to head it. And so we also adhere to this rule, basically saying, okay, we are coordinating the contents of the contract with Levon, and so the players don't have to each employ an own lawyer or an own family member or whatever to ask around what they're doing. They don't have to deal with this. So basically it's on behalf of this, and it worked perfectly with all 11 players. We sent the contract. It was immediately signed by everybody. And Ali Reza just did not react like for several weeks, only like up until a week ago. He basically came back and said, yeah, well, this new contract is so much work to look at this and so on and so on, and I don't really want Levon to speak for me, and so let's stick with the old contract. And I said, well, that's not going to happen. First of all, we are not making exceptions. We have, we want to have the same contract like for everybody. So, for example, there was like Fabi had a very small change, and we make it actually happen for everybody. So I actually sent him like the additional amended contract or changed contract, and he then said, well, this doesn't address any of my issues. And I said, okay, what are your issues? He said, yeah, everything. I'm like, okay, so everything, I can't really deal with everything, so why don't you just take a marker and just And then it went back and forth like for like several hours back and forth. And at the end I said, it takes so much time to go through it. I said, like, you spend more time going back and forth discussing about the issue than just take these 4 pages, mark with yellow what your issues are. We can address them. I'm always open to address them. He said, okay, he did. So then he came back with a lot of yellow markings. And then we went through this point by point by point. And I think there were some, good issues, things he didn't want create a conflict with his existing sponsors. He didn't want to be standing for alcoholic beverages, all this kind of stuff, which is like totally understandable. And we addressed all of these issues back and forth. And then we had a final version that we said, okay, now it's fine. And we were up to 5 days before the tournament, right? And so he said, yeah, it's all good. And then he said, yeah, well, I thought about it again. Maybe he had consultants with somebody, but he thought about it, I really need more money. It's like, okay, well, that's not going to happen. It's like, yeah, but, if you don't perform that well in the tournament, you get all that money. So it's like, maybe it's an incentive to perform better, and so, yeah, okay, so we also put that issue behind that. So, you can only, I told him several times, you can only participate if you sign this contract, right? And then we had another round and another final agreement, like 4 days before the tournament. And then he's on Wednesday, I think, Wednesday evening, we agreed on every single last word. And I said, okay, now please now sign it. I mean, we all are in agreement, you're gonna show up. And so it's gonna be good, but it was like Wednesday evening, like 9 o'clock or so, and I sent him the final version of what we agreed on, and he basically said, yeah, it's okay, but can you please also send it to my email in addition, and then I would like to sign it tomorrow morning because I don't have a printer or whatever. So I said, okay. So then we were into Thursday, right? Yeah. And so I didn't receive anything Thursday morning. And then Thursday afternoon, he first sent me an email saying he didn't receive the contract by email, but still he made some changes to it. So obviously he did receive it. So he then said, I have some additional changes, just small changes. Again, like after the third final version, like another. And so then I just looked at the changes and they were material, like really material stuff in terms of like limiting our rights to our own content. If AliReza is like somehow by accident even filmed or wherever, so it's like it's not his own created content, but like our content that we are creating here with everybody. And I just looked at this and there was some other, and then the whole thing would everything regarding AliReza should only be valid during the contract is valid, like maybe for a year, and then we are only allowed to use it for historical, archaeological purposes and not like for so I said, I just wrote back to him, so look, AliReza, we can't go on like this. We are now 3 days before the tournament, and I can only say, we really negotiated like to the very last word for the third final version yesterday. And so if you don't want to sign this contract, let me know. I give you time until 4:30, which is in 30 minutes. So if I don't have a signed contract by you in 30 minutes, then we cannot have you at the tournament. And then he just 3 minutes later said, okay, Jan, I wish you good luck with your tour. Okay, so then we were like, okay, so we waited another 25 minutes until the deadline was over, and then we called on Richard Rapport, who was very happy to come. And that was the AliReza story. I still don't understand, because I don't think that he would have given up anything. I don't think that he would have gained anything. He was actually the player that I made it happen that he could participate, because it is in Paris where he lives. I mean, he literally is in the same city. It's kind of ridiculous that he doesn't want to participate or doesn't want to sign the contract basically. But because he did not qualify for it, and we already had so if we have one French player, we wanted to give Maxime a chance. So like a second player, I said, okay, maybe we have a playoff match in the beginning, and he didn't want to do that, and so on. And so I said, okay, I really like him very much. I think he's a very nice person, and it's a very nice family. And I met him several times. We had some additional talks, like even in London, and we met for several times. So I said, you know what, you know, I give you the wild card so that you will participate. And so behind this background that I enabled him to come, and that he was very happy to come and everything, I don't understand why he made so many problems with this contract that ultimately it is even to the various, and thanks to Torsten and his professional team, we were able to we had to, you know, we have to see we're producing everything, like with the color code, with the pictures of the players, and so we were able, you will see it inside, we were able to completely replace Alireza with Richard's, you know, picture and so everything. So yeah, that's kind of the story. And looking back, I still don't understand. You know, I maybe at some point we have another conversation and maybe he explains to me what the real motivation is, because I don't see anything that we could have done better. And because I really explained, like in very, very long WhatsApp messages, I explained every point, why we have to stick with this point, why we can't change that point to this certain extent, so on. And we haven't done it with any other players. I mean, all the other players, you know, including people like Magnus, Hikaru, Gukesh, you know, they all signed the contract. So I don't understand.
Welcome back, everyone. From the break, we are, of course, waiting for the next round to start. As you can see on the cameras, the players, they have their position. They're analyzing. We will get that position on the board and on the screen when we have it uploaded. And of course, we also just heard a very interesting interview. What did you think about that, Maria?
Yeah, it's both really interesting to hear all the in-depth details of how negotiations were going, or like, okay, it was not really negotiations because that was a bit out of line to demand so many changes so last minute after not getting back on it for so long. But at the same time, you usually try not to out the players so much because it kind of burns the bridges with the participants, and maybe also can make other players reluctant to, I don't know, discuss things on WhatsApp. What if it gets later leaked? So yeah, I guess a bit of risky behavior there on both sides a little bit. But it's kind of doesn't surprise me regarding Alireza.
Yeah, I think that there have been previous instances with Alireza and I guess perhaps his family where there have been some kind of, at least I've read, some kind of other situations where about contracts, negotiations. And like you said, by the way, I don't think this is it definitely, to my memory, it has been happened before that some WhatsApp messages have been released to the public, let's say. Well, not even let's say, that's exactly what happened. So yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
I feel like the past week has been a lot of transparency, I guess, from the organizational side, discussing about, of course, the withdrawal of Alireza and Hans from the tournament. But at the same time, yeah, of course, there is also the element that you do expect, I guess, some discussions to be private, and perhaps
Yeah,
there is some
like,
risk, like you said, to revealing some of the points discussed.
yeah, it makes me think, like, do you need to specifically disclose to the, like, specifically tell the organizers, please do not share our negotiations anywhere? I thought it was kind of by default expected that professionally you will not show your conversations to anybody. But I myself saw some private conversations from them with FIDE, with chess.com, with players, and I always felt like, am I supposed to see it? Kind of feels a bit strange. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Also, we do have 12 players in the field. We do have some of the almost all the top players in the world. And if I understand correctly, the contracts were the same, I guess, for all participants. So clearly it was not an issue, or there were no issues for all the other players. So I'm curious. Well, of course, we don't have all the details, but it sounds like some of the points of the contract were of dispute to Alireza. So obviously, yeah, if it was, I would lean on the side. Well, I'm seeing that, of course, we have Hikaru and Prague and Kesh and Magnus and everyone else was okay with these terms. Would be
But
hard pressed to believe
what
they were
about
not
with
unfair to the
Magnus?
players.
Do you actually expect that Magnus signed exactly the same contract as everybody else?
I mean, yeah, I guess it's a fair point because he's more involved in the organization of the event, I
He's
would say.
basically
But
organizer,
yeah,
co-organizer.
but I would still lean that, I think so. Why not? I doubt that the terms were
Yeah, at the same time,
unfavorable to the
he
players,
can
right?
he can just like ask personally, and he probably will be delivered any demands, or not even demands, but just like, can I have this or that? So I'm sure he can bring his entire family if he wants to without adding it to a contract.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we haven't seen the full contracts, or at least I haven't. So that's one of the pieces of information that has not been released from the WhatsApp messages. And oh, very nice. We get a automatic position update here. So yeah, we did have it on our screen, of course, in one of the boards. Now we have it in our own analysis board as well. I'm gonna sneak a peek at the players there to see if what they're analyzing.
Yeah,
This
quite a
position
different.
is a lot more freestyle, right? Compared to the
Yeah.
last one we had.
Definitely that rook and knight are freestyling, and the bishops swapped the places with the knights.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the okay, let's now decide which one is king side, which one is queen side.
I always
Everlasting
default to this
question.
being the king side, but I suppose here you would argue the side where the king is at is actually the king side.
I feel
And
like it needs to be
mhm.
determined on a higher level. Like we just have to have this
What about
once
this?
and
This
for
is
all.
short castles. This is long castles, right? So
Mhm.
wherever you castle short should probably be the king side. Is like I think
Yeah,
like a rule of could be a rule of thumb. Look at the players. They're analyzing f4 d5, and we caught
or
the
a
tail
4
end of that.
f5.
Yeah. Oh, and they're off to the races.
Yeah, first move f4 makes a lot of sense. I guess we can fairly safely expect that the king will castle to the shorter side in this
Mhm.
position, which means you can just go ahead with queen with the right side of the board, pawns marching, pieces storming, and there we go,
Mhm.
f4 played.
F4 d5. Just we got to see it for a couple seconds at the end, and it was all we needed, and we got the exact position that we wanted. By the way, I wonder if e4 is a move here. I've been seeing all these people, all these games where the queen comes out early. All of a sudden, you're attacking the b7 pawn, and then winning. Maybe you can win the rook.
True, b7 and g7. That's what Keimer said in his short interview during Weissenhaus. Immediately determine like which points of the positions are the weak spots and which are like immediate targets, and which can also transpire later as the weaklings. And here there are two of them. So in correlation with that, we also see that the evaluation is actually quite favorable of White's position from the beginning, already plus 0.8.
Yeah, we actually mentioned that. We are like, hey, Hikaru has the double white. That could be quite an advantage because some of these positions, I didn't even know as you helpfully told me that in some of the previous editions, they actually eliminated several positions from the random
Yeah.
pool because they were considered maybe too advantageous. Maybe this was one of them. If we go back, we see that the first okay, it's not so crazy. It's plus 0.4, which is a bit more than the standard chess position, but already by the second move is 0.8. And Hikaru plays a move d3. I'm a little surprised by this move because I would have thought something like c3 is more natural because we thought we're going to castle on this side
Get
of
the
the board.
bishop out.
Yes, absolutely. And also e4 could be an idea with the bishop
Yeah.
defending the square. So I guess the point of d3 is that Hikaru is also angling to play e4 but recapture the pawn. But of course, now this bishop is going to be a lot more restricted. So interesting decision.
Can Prague somehow stop it? Well, maybe not stop, but delay it with f5, or is e5 too much of a weakness then?
Interesting. f5. I wonder if I can immediately go bishop d4. Then I'm going to have this target on g7 and an e5. So perhaps, yeah, f6 is played, which is a little bit more
Yeah, also approved by
solid.
them.
So if e4 now, what's the issue? No particular issue, but apparently black can take. Okay, the best move here is quite ridiculous. The best move here is
C4.
C4,
What? Get
which
out.
is no chance. I guess the point is that you take. Now I go C5, and then it's a gambit.
Take the bishop.
Yeah,
Oh,
maybe
nice.
I take back and castle, and my rook is on the D file, right?
That's
And the,
so weird.
yeah, we're not having that in the game. We have knight B3. Yeah, so weird stuff is abound. I would assume with F6, we could see an early E5 from Prague here to fight for the center.
It's possible. But I would not say that even though the engine evaluation dropped, I would not say
Mhm.
that Hikaru necessarily gave up all his advantage. It's just slow, but his
Mhm.
position is still full of threats to the black pieces, like to the pawn on b7. Okay, g7 is currently not easy to attack, but it's still a weakness.
Mhm.
And I would say that it's humanly probably a bit more advantage than the engine shows. But at the same time, Prague also has the same ideas. Attack b2 and g2.
Yeah, it's funny. Those pawns are the unprotected ones, of course, at the start of the game. But Prague here is taking a bit of time. Obviously, with the rapid 10+10 format, the clock becomes quite an important aspect of the game. And yeah, okay, so maybe he's calculating the more aggressive e5. I was wondering, there could be some kind of early trades right after. Okay, he plays c6, which is very solid, opening the bishop. But I'm curious, if you play e5 right away, so is there some kind of, let's say pawn takes. So I was wondering, if I could try to jump into my knight, but these squares are all defended. So this seems like it would be possible, but Prague decides to play a little bit more solid with c6. So
Yeah, he also potentially thinks about
castle.
e5, but it will be also supported by the bishop on b8. But I think, yeah, as you said, the castle is the main idea here.
Yeah, he goes bishop c7. I think Hikaru will probably do the same. Yeah, there we go.
Funnily
So we
enough,
have
did you
the
notice what's the best move in the position now and the move before by black?
I did not. What was it? Was it e5 or no? What was
It
it?
was e5, yeah.
Uh-huh.
And it's again e5.
I mean, we'll definitely see this move at some point in the game.
Well,
Black
one
has
of them
great support.
has to play it, right?
Or
The question,
Hikaru with e4, right? He can play
yeah.
e4 quite soon. So I think we will see a castles. Oh, we can't see a castles. Whoops, I blundered. Well, hold
Ah,
on a second.
no.
But wait a
And
minute.
d6
This is
is
not
not
so
helping
easy.
because of queen.
e6, a4, and
Oh, just a4 and a5.
yeah, this is, you can win the bishop, but you're getting
Then
completely
f2.
destroyed with all my pieces here.
Yeah. Oh my
The
God.
sneaky bishop. And
8
that's
and
why we
10.
see a5.
Hmm.
That was sneaky. I think maybe Prague missed that at first, right? Because he played bishop c7 quickly, and then he took a whole minute to play a5. So he was like, wait a minute, I can't just castle just yet. But now he can. The pawn is no longer under fire.
Yeah, because you can try castling and putting the king on b8, but I'm sure your opponent will quickly call the arbiter.
Oh yeah, if you just that's the funny thing, right? We think, oh, we're king b1, rook c1, or king b8, rook c8 is a castle. No, still need to
It's
put it
an
on
honest
c1.
mistake.
Yeah, I wonder if I doubt we've had that, but maybe I wonder if there's been some illegal move things, because the nice thing when you're playing 960 online, if I want to castle and I go like this, it will automatically castle for me, right? But when you're
Yeah.
playing over the board,
Exactly.
you've got to make sure you put the king and rook on the right squares yourself.
Well, there were a couple of events in the previous years where the players asked the arbiter to clarify whether they can castle. And there was one famous episode where Wesley tried to illegally castle, but it was out of desperation. He was completely lost after like 7 moves. He was getting checkmated by Nepo. He just tried to castle, but like he smiled as soon as Nepo called the arbiter, and he was
I
like,
see.
"Oh, this typical Nepo move," and the game was over. Yeah, so it was just like,
Yeah, it was like a sly pass. He knew what he was doing. Yeah, I
he
see.
knew it. Yeah, he knew. They all knew.
By the way, we do have e5. We knew that was coming at some point. and well timed by Prague. Obviously, controlling the center makes a lot of sense. And I think Hikaru at some point needs to play e4. You can't just let your opponent grab all the space on the board. So we will see an e4 move. Turned out to be a very kind of cagey fight here. Both players kind of, well, at least Hikaru is maneuvering on his first 3 ranks. Not a lot of contact between the pawns and pieces of the two parties here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, indeed.
And you also need to keep a small eye on this pawn, right? We saw the
Exactly.
reverse is true. So perhaps you want to make sure that there's no sneaky stuff here down the
Yeah,
road.
that's what I wanted to say. Do white also play a4?
Maybe king b1
Yeah, just king b1. Okay.
or a4, yeah, as well. Seems like that's unlikely to be an issue since the opponent will also castle the same side as you.
Or yeah, he can immediately play e4 first.
This is very natural, especially if you consider the fact that the rook might open up. Well, I mean, well, taking an e4 is just, I think, a terrible positional move because maybe not
Yeah.
completely terrible, but I would think like this is great for me. Once I take with the knight, like imagine I get this type of structure, either with the queen or even let's say like a knight position e4, I would be
And
very
then take
happy with this
on,
outpost.
But even a2 pawn is not enough of compensation, right?
I'm not sure if he could get away with it because there could be some kind of c4 idea instead of b3, and then like knight c3 could pick up
That's
the
smart.
bishop. Although you can also try to escape. In either way, Hikaru is deciding, I guess, whether he wants to go e4 here. He throws in rook f8 first. Let's see. Will he follow up with the e4? Prague is considering, do I take with the queen or knight? Chooses the queen. e3. So maybe he wants d4 over e4.
But d4 allows e4 for black. Maybe
Yeah,
then it is
I don't know. This bishop is quite dubious then.
Yeah.
Pardon me. Yeah,
Bless you.
e3, thank you very much. e3 is a surprise to me, right? e4 was kind of like, all right, let's fight for the center. Okay, we get the castles. There we go. Queen e2. Maybe Hikaru's saving it for another day. But then you got to watch out for that f4. Yeah, d4, e4. I was thinking, can you go c4? But why am I allowing the connect 4 to just dominate my position, right? So that's not going to be a move that he plays.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I'm really surprised that he didn't play e4. Might end up in a not so comfortable position.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, it's not a bad position for Hikaru, but I would definitely take white here, excuse me, black here, because I don't know, I'm just looking at the center. Looks quite nice, right? And if you look at Hikaru's pieces, they're a little bit passive. But at the same time, I like this queen h5, right? Let's kind of pose some problems. And you can't easily defend that pawn. h6 will drop the knight. Rook h8 feels a little bit of a sad move to play, as is knight f8. So posing a little bit of problems to the king side.
I love the conversations in chat.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, music is a bit too loud, music is a bit too quiet.
That's what you can't please everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Typical chat and just in all its glory.
I forgot the
Yes,
exact quote, but it's something like, you could be the most perfect, orange in the world, but there will always be someone who prefers peaches, something like that, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah, exactly.
can't ever satisfy everyone. Knight h4, by the way, very nice move. Maria, you called it. You said, hey, these pawns right here, these are the targets. And on move 15, that turned out to be true. That pawn on g2 is under attack, as well as ideas of g6 to kick the queen away and defend the pawn on h7.
So how do we defend the g2 pawn? Like rook
I just have
f2?
to go back.
Yeah, or go
my
back or
bishop.
rook f2, but it's just so ugly.
Yeah,
Funnily
rook f2. Ugh. Not fun.
Funnily enough, the engine says best move is e4 now.
Yeah, I don't understand that. After knight takes g2, I'm also threatening. Well, I'm not threatening knight e3, but I'm threatening knight f4. I was going to say in the case of e4, not a threat, but looks annoying, right? The knight just jumps into a defended square.
No,
E4
if
would
he
be
didn't
no
play,
chance.
if he did not play e4 before, no chance he's playing it now.
Yeah. Grabs a pawn at h7. Knight goes to g2. Both pieces are deep in the opponent's camp. And
What now? Well, now he can play knight h5 and attack g7 as well.
yeah, copycat chess. That looks reasonable. I'm still wondering. I feel like Hikaru has three pieces that could be improved quite a bit. The
Yeah,
bishop at g1, of course, is just staring at two pawns. The bishop at c2 is the same. And the knight in d2, like, maybe in the future we'll see it try to make its way to c5 or something. Hikaru's got a decision to make here. I like your
Yeah,
idea of
but
knight h5. Why
at
not?
the same
Attack the pawn.
time, Prague also has the pawn on, or the bishop. I mean, it looks like a pawn. That's why the mistake. The bishop on c7.
Mhm.
The knight on g2 is kind of also out of place. I mean, it takes the pawn on e3 under control, but that's about it. I
Mhm.
guess its best way is to go back to whatever place it came from, but now g6 is not protected. So yeah, Hikaru could attack on h5, knight h5.
Mhm.
The pieces improvement, yeah, I guess as you said, knight b3. I cannot really see anything else for
Still at
those
some
bishops.
point e4, right? Could be definitely an idea to open up the bishop.
Yeah,
Perhaps also to try to jump. In some positions, you can get knight f5 as an option. You
yeah.
get bishop d1. Okay, so talking about improving the pieces, here we go. The bishop finds potentially some work on the diagonal. And by the way, I saw someone asking chat, can the knight be trapped in g2? Definitely looks a little bit out of place, but knight h4 seems to always be a very safe retreat for Prague. But yeah, if he's not careful, right, you could have a situation where this knight gets a little bit too far from home. I like bishop d1. I don't know where the bishop is going, but it kind of feels like a good idea, right? Just like give the bishop some diagonal to work with. Perhaps he'll be able to find a good square in the upcoming moves.
Yeah, but Prague can do the same with his dark squared bishop. Also, bishop to b6 is an improvement. And
True,
comes with tempo.
with the threat. Yeah, absolutely. That would be a very nice move for him. We're also seeing in this game so far why the space advantage, a spatial advantage, is so valued as a positional asset. The difference, of course, is that Prague has d5, e5 versus Hikaru's d3, e3. Let's make that a different color. And because these pawns are further ahead of the board, it makes it a little easier for Prague's pieces to find better squares. And on the contrary, the pawns restrict some of Hikaru's pieces. So that's why when you control more squares on the board than your opponent, your pieces will usually be more active.
And it's easier to find good places for them.
Absolutely. Rook f8 played gets a question mark. I mean, doesn't seem like a bad move, but perhaps not the best one. Makes sense, right? Prague is thinking, well, my rook's not doing much. This rook's on the open file. Maybe I trade it off. But there is an idea that we could play here that I quite like. Takes, and now one of the suggestions that I saw from the computer is queen h5. And I like that move because I can play bishop g4 next. I was saying that bishop, it doesn't have a square right away, but that could change in a hurry. And I would love trading these bishops because my bishop was doing absolutely nothing on c2. So we'll see if Hikaru will go for a plan like that in the upcoming moves.
Yeah, definitely the bishop on e6 is way better than the bishop on d1. So trading them makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I was also thinking you can go maybe takes and queen g6 with a tempo, right? So that could be another idea. Not to mention the queen could be keeping an eye on the knight on g2.
Yeah, maybe
Hikaru,
even
though, he's spending quite a bit of time. I think definitely digging into his bag, right? Try to find the sneaky moves, the good moves.
the time is kind of changing all the time. It's what was 4 minutes, 3 minutes, then again 4 minutes. I'm not sure what's going on there with connection to the
With the
DGT.
clock? Mhm.
Yeah, but it looks correct now. 5 to 3.5.
Oh, Maria, look at this. I didn't see this earlier. maybe they've had it. I'm looking at the camera feed we have, and do you see they have like a, I guess like a tablet or an iPad
Yeah.
next to the board? Is that for the move counter? What do you think?
Yeah,
Why
that's a new thing. I guess it's for the move counter so that they know when they can claim a draw.
Yeah, well, I offer a draw, right? They have the 40 move rule, and maybe just, yeah, also maybe claim a draw, like you have like a 3-time repetition or a 50 move rule or whatever, right? They can maybe do it themselves, I guess. Interesting.
Yeah, that's where Hikaru was looking at in the previous game. They
Mm.
were
hmm
waiting for the arbiter.
I didn't realize. I didn't realize they have that. So they must have had it all the rounds, right? I doubt it was like, oh, okay, for this round we're gonna throw this thing in here. Got it. Okay,
Yeah.
very interesting. Yeah, I've played in tournaments where I'm sure you've seen this as well, where they could have like a screen or like a TV or just like a screen, and they just showcase um some of the other live boards in the event. So
Yeah, you just swipe on the iPad to see the other
to see the other
games.
positions, yeah, that could be a new innovation. Usually, it's just like a big screen somewhere in the playing hall, and you can have the option of just having a look. I actually like that because sometimes I like to walk around during my games and be like, all right, what's going on? Just kind of check out some other games. So this allows me to just stay seated and look up, and I can follow. Also, if my own game is on there, sometimes it could be an interesting view to see the 2D view instead of the 3D view. Maybe gives you some different ideas about the position.
Yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, we got some progress here.
Yeah, things are changing.
Hikaru
Look at
did
this
grab
nice move.
the rook.
Yeah, we did have the rook trade. Check out this move, 91. I think this is a really nice move from Prague. This knight is on quite a tour, keeping an eye on the d3 square. And now he gets to play bishop f5. So we're going to see a transformation. After bishop takes d3, queen takes g7. You can also throw in this check on f5, I guess. I don't know which, so let's see which he chooses. We don't have to guess. But Car's thinking about it.
I don't like the bishop on f5. I'm with him. Taking on f5 is better.
Okay, here we go, e4. We were calling for that move. Hikaru is, now he's back to 4 minutes. So he's got the outside pass pawn, but I don't think it's really going anywhere all that quickly. I guess his plan could be just to try to activate his king.
Yeah, and maybe he needs to also keep an eye on the pawns on the left side because the black has the majority there. So naturally, Prague will probably try to create a passer.
Yeah, one thing that I would be watching out for, this would take some moves to accomplish, but if I'm playing black, maybe I reroute my bishop to target the knight, and then I reroute my knight to target the pawn at e4, because it would be a dream scenario. Let me just go back one move to illustrate. If Hikaru ever has to take on d5, Prague would be quite happy with the center and the passed pawn. Maybe not the end of the world, but definitely progress for black.
Yeah. Hikaru is playing b3.
b3, yeah, trying to trade the pawns. Bishop d8. That was one of my ideas. Also, h4 is no longer possible.
Yeah, progress. I like it. We have progress and progress.
Yeah. In this game, it's progress. In other
Progress,
games,
yeah.
it's progress. Yeah.
So yeah, after bishop d8,
I mean, you can play bishop e3.
He
if you're
heard
worried
you.
about this.
He heard you. If bishop e3, then maybe rerouting the knight.
Yeah, for sure you want to get this knight out of g7. It doesn't do anything there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if I had to pick a side, I guess I would probably take black here, but not because like black is winning. I think black's moves are a little easier to play. The plans are a bit easier. So Hikaru comes up with c4. So he's actually inviting d4, which seems like, oh no, like now you have a passed pawn. but perhaps it's not going anywhere. First of all, my king is here. Second of all, there's like I don't know if this is the best, but I can maneuver my knight to the d3 square.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
let's
also
see.
you target a5.
Yes, and then you could, some dream scenario where you really start putting pressure on that pawn. Okay, we're gonna get it. We get d4.
He is
This
playing
is,
d4.
yeah, I mean, I don't think Hikaru had to go c4. It's kind of a slightly double-edged decision.
Yeah, now this more and more looks like it's gonna end peacefully.
I think there's still some play left for both sides. And they cannot offer each other draws regardless. By the way, for Prague, he's on 2.5. So let me actually I gotta check myself. He's in a tie for 8th. So I don't know what the tiebreaker rules here are, but he probably wants to make sure. He probably doesn't want to know. He probably just wants to have enough points
Yeah,
to
you
not
don't
find
want
out.
you don't want to leave it to the
The
tiebreaks. You
chance,
need
yeah.
to try to win. So therefore, Prague, I mean, here I don't think he will do anything crazy. It's more likely earlier he would have gone all in, but at the
Well, he's
moment,
also not that far behind, right? That he has to just must
Yeah.
it in, right?
yeah,
So
no, he doesn't have to like completely risk everything and lose games.
absolutely. Hikaru, by the way, does complete the knight maneuver to d3. Why is this a good plan? Well, it blockades the pass pawn. Also, the pawn on e5 is now under a little bit of pressure. He's also threatening knight c5, which would win a pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So Prague has to decide, does he want to maybe play b6? That could come with its own. Here's a funny thing that could happen if I play something like knight b4 and attacking the pawn, and this would be kind of a very nice transformation of the position. So Prague has to decide what he's going to do. Also, by playing c4, Hikaru, he's putting more pawns in light. He does have the dark square bishop. We can see that the black bishop is kind of more in the defensive role now. I guess at some point we might see something like this start happening. And if the h-pawn starts making a move, Hikaru will be the one who's suddenly pressing this endgame.
Yeah. He also has c5. He goes for it.
Yeah, this is the if Prague doesn't take the pawn, then his knight will not have this very nice square. So perhaps he has to make the trade.
Yeah, also c6 would be a weakness, major
Yeah,
weakness.
there's a lot of you could target one pawn, two pawns. Whoops, my arrows are not on point, but that would do the job. So Prague is thinking. I feel like Hikaru had 3 versus 5, and now he has 4 versus 2. So he's flipped the time on its head, the time advantage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was not spending any time at all in the last 10 moves.
Yeah, b5. Okay. So now this pawn on c5, it's kind of a little bit annoying since, as I mentioned, there's no knight d6, which would have been, I think, a very nice square for the knight. I think the plan here is going to be, we can throw in b4 to make sure these pawns are defended if necessary. But more importantly, we're going to have the king come over to the king side, or, I guess the queen side in this particular game.
Yeah.
And then the pawn will start moving.
But I guess he is making a space for the knight now on f6.
But you can't go there anyway. Bishop takes e5.
But now also h4. Now we can play h4. The square is not attacked at all.
Yeah, this knight is very, 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 very
Okay,
bad. You cannot
I'm
go
now
here.
taking white.
Of course, now, yeah,
Can
now white is
continue
looking
playing
very
with black
nice.
pieces.
Yeah, king d1's a good move. I don't know, it gets a miss, but this is you have to bring the king here. There's nothing to do on the queen side. Hikaru is conducting a fantastic endgame here. For Prague, this
Yeah.
knight, how you look at this? You could go here to
Yeah.
c7. That's your only lead. Well, not you can go to f6, but that's not good. You go to c7, and you can't go anywhere after that. You could go to a8. Okay, where's he going? Let's find out. Because this doesn't do anything either. Knight b4.
I think
Yeah,
it was a miss just because he did not play h4, and in order for white to not to be able to play h4, black needs to go back to f6 with the bishop, which is not gonna happen. That's why we knew that it's not a miss. For computer, it is.
I wonder where this knight is trying to go. Maybe there's a b5, like b4 to knight d5 at some point. Where else? Maybe you move the king? No, but you can't even go there. Where's it going? Is Hikaru going to repeat? Let's see. Oh, I guess he will. Yeah. Oh, Hikaru goes for the draw.
No, he's
Little,
gonna play h4.
but it's a 3-time repetition.
He's
But
gonna
Frog
play
didn't claim it.
h4.
No, I know there's the kings. I'm looking at the camera. The kings are in the middle.
No,
Yeah, this is
but
this was actually
why?
yeah, I guess Hikaru did not value his winning chances here, and of course a draw is still a good result. Obviously, we have the we can see the value eval bar, right? So that tells us that
Maybe the engine is just
yeah. No, but
imagining.
so what's the idea here? Let's say you go, okay, let's say I go king e2, yeah? Knight a6. Is it really that big a deal if I have to go b4? Let's see. So now then, okay, so here we go. The knight's coming out. Okay, but even here,
Yeah.
okay, I guess the knight in d7 is perfect because you keep an eye on the e5 square. And now your bishop is free to start moving around. Okay, so actually, that's the plan. I was wondering, where's the knight going? Where's the knight going? It's going to a6, b8, d7. So why is this so advantageous for Hikaru? Because he can play h4.
Yeah.
Okay, now what? Let's say I want to get this pawn, right? So where do I go? Well, the problem is if I go knight e6, now my e5 pawn is collapsing. And the king still has this route. Oh my god, my arrow is... I need a lot more practice with these arrows. King is coming in. If you go after... excuse me, what was the position? Knight b4, king d7, h4. If you go bishop f8, knight goes back. Knight a6, and you just sacrifice the pawn. h5. Well, you're not even really sacrificing it because the e5 pawn is hanging. So anyway, yeah, Hikaru did have a chance to press that position. He played great to get the advantage, but in the end, he was perhaps underestimated his chances and also thought, well, draw is great anyway. Maybe we'll ask him about it later if necessary.
Yeah. Meanwhile, let's jump to Magnus versus Nederbeck because it's a really crazy position, and we need to skip a little bit moves behind to see what was happening because there was just a queen.
A brilliant move was
board.
played. Wait,
Another
what?
brilliancy. Like today, Magnus is doing brilliancy after brilliancy.
Wait, so look at this position here. We had a queen for, I don't know, a bunch of pieces. Feels like white's ahead of material, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we got one exchange sacrifice.
Yeah.
Okay. And a very nice move here. Rook c4.
Beautiful.
So the idea, of course... Yeah, now you have this endgame. 2 bishops versus a rook. But it's pretty simplified, right? So how's Magnus going to win it? I would love to run my king here, but I can't.
Yeah, it's still not over. I mean, if anything, this is just as difficult to see, at least for me, that it's advantage.
All the games are still going, actually.
Yeah.
I see some of the evals are not favorable, like Vidit's.
Yeah. I think he's about to lose.
Yeah, let's quickly look, because this game looks like it's about to finish here.
Yeah, the pawn is marching. I guess
There's
he's
a nice
just
sequence to win here. You sacrifice the pawn, and then you take the other guys.
Yeah.
I think this basically might mathematically eliminate him completely, because he would be 1 out of 8. So that would be a tough honeymoon. Gukesh wins his game against Vincent Keimer. Let's go back to the Magnus game, though. We'll stick with this for a bit, for a while. This is the battle of the leaders, although the benefit of finishing first is that I guess you get first pick of your opponent, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I guess nobody's picking Keimer anymore.
He still needs to qualify. I think he's maybe not.
But it was the same
guarantee.
in the previous event. He also barely made it.
He was 8th, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he won.
But so was Nederbeck. Nederbeck also was struggling for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Magnus here. Yeah, it's a little surprising that, you know, the eval bar advantage is so large because you look at the position like, okay, you know, white has the 2 bishops, flag's got the rook, right? So of course white should
And
be
a
ahead.
pawn.
Yeah, but I guess you can't really move it at all because the king, these 3 guys are going to immediately put under control. But what's I guess eventually the winning plan is that you'll need to find a way to target the pawns. I would imagine that there's going to be a situation eventually where the white king is going to find a way to penetrate into the position, and then you start coordinating, perhaps with a threat on the f6 pawn. So we'll see how Magnus converts.
Yeah, maybe the king is going to d6, sorry, d5, maybe e6 even.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I think he'll slowly start putting pressure on all the different pawns. And the nice thing about white's position is that everything's very solidly protecting each other.
Yeah,
The black rook has no targets.
yeah, it's better that the pawns are still on g2, well, h3. Okay,
See in the chat, people ask about Hikaru. So I'll say he was better, but he was scared and he drew. He was definitely not scared. I can
No.
promise you that. He didn't draw because he was like, wow, I might lose this. Draw was a good result for his standings. Hikaru did say yesterday, you know, just got to finish the top 8. That's it. And perhaps he just underestimated the winning chances, but more importantly, he thought, look, it's 3 rounds to go after this. Draw is going to get me in. But he was not scared.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Rapport is winning against Arjun. That's also.
Nepo does win against Vidit. I don't think Hikaru and Vidit have played yet. So, unless, yeah, I'm pretty sure they haven't. So, we'll see how that goes later.
Yeah, he is. No, he played. No, Arjun, he played in 4th round.
Arjun, yeah, he did play yesterday.
Um,
It's happening their position.
Rapport is gonna be last game.
Mm-hmm.
So he will play Vincent, then Otterbeck, then Richard.
Yes. We still have, yeah, this game here, funnily enough, even though it's the 2 leaders, it's kind of inconsequential, right, for the actual qualification. Since these guys are both basically guaranteed to get in to the final 8.
Qualification wise, I guess games of Richard and Fabi are interesting.
Yeah, it looks like Fabi's winning. Let's check him out real quick.
Another opposite colored bishops.
Yeah, we did see the Magnus one right earlier, but this one looks, I mean, this pawn's very close to promoting. And we just gotta, well, the thing is, you do not want to make a move like e5, right? That would allow Maxime to get a very easy blockade. So Fabi, let's see, he has up a pawn here, but he needs to find a way through. Perhaps what he's going to do is, okay, I was not going to say he's going to do that. But I think his plan is that he wants to go for this pawn, and eventually he's thinking, we're getting the wide peepos. But that move apparently is not good. So what was Fabi's win here? This gets a double question mark. But what was his win? Okay, let's see what's happening. Okay, he's going. But there's always bishop c2, right? Did he miss that? I mean, you could try h7 and then, but
Hey, but then the bishop still will stop it.
yeah,
he
it's
can
also the
even
wrong
drop
color. No,
pawn.
this is a super easy draw. He's going to move the king over to the corner and then sacrifice the bishop. So just to make a billion moves real quick, just to show how easily this is. Okay, let's say I put the here. You can have all these pawns, and then that's it. I just do nothing. I sacrifice the bishop, and you can never win with the bishop being the wrong color.
Yeah,
so that
exactly.
was. This is just an easy draw now. What was the window? I'm trying to figure this out. So okay, so bishop to b4, and okay, he stays back and forth. Okay,
Yeah.
where's the win? I'm seeing the evals like you're winning, but it's not showing me the actual win.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly. It just makes some moves, but
yeah. Okay, e5 now. Okay, so at some point e5 is winning. But
and
where?
then what, king to
Okay, you're
d
going
to
for these pawns.
c3. You're going for a4 pawn, but you do
Aha.
it without the pawn on c6 being removed. So the
Mhm.
bishop actually cannot stop that pawn on a file.
So it's
So
actually
up
Zugzwang
h7.
as well, right? In this particular case,
Oh,
you're gonna give me something.
you cannot defend everything.
Yeah, so you have to, I mean, you probably would rather give me the c4 pawn. Still here, some,
Yeah, but then we go to c b4 c5. I guess we eventually can give up on
eventually,
h7.
yeah. Yeah, you get, because the way Fabi went about it, he gave up one of the pawns. Okay, sorry, they still, yeah, but this is going to just be a draw. And by the way, we do have a Magnus win in that game against Norderbeck.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how he did it. The
Oh,
result was
wow.
not in doubt. He did get that f6 pawn.
Yeah, he came all the way with a king,
Mm-hmm.
protected him with the bishops.
Yeah. Once that pawn falls, it's completely over. The f pawn will decide, and decided did. He didn't even decide. He resigned, but the plan is straightforward.
Yeah, he can just push f5, then bishop e4, f5, and protect it and just push.
We have one game left. It's the Fabi game. I see on the cameras here we just had a draw between Arjun and Rapport. They're both smiling, laughing. It looked like a crazy position. I saw that it was winning, but like the eval was winning, but I didn't know I didn't see how you could win because yeah, I saw it around here, and I guess Richie's up 2 pawns, but his king is very much in
Yeah, rook
danger.
h7 is a threat.
And if you go here, I have something like here or queen e6, right? So did they just perpet it? Eventually.
It does say that black is winning, but yeah, how?
No, this was not easy. I mean, he's winning because he has the 2 pawns, but the king
Is
is
it
in a lot of
possible?
danger.
Well, he could play like king e8, rook f7, attack on f4, but
He tried
then,
it. But what? This was a nice move, queen e5. Now you have
yeah,
to
and
kill the
here he
check.
cannot progress.
Apparently, he had queen f5 first.
Yeah, and then king e8, and then rook f7, and then
Mm-hmm.
he threatens with all the checks.
Yeah, but even here, let's see. Can I not? Yeah, my rook is also under attack, so I don't have time for a move like queen b8, right? To start giving other checks.
And if you move the rook, then we can play rook f7 and queen f6 is check is a threat.
Yeah, or yeah, but more importantly, the king is also safe now, right? So no more
Yeah.
checks, and I got the 2 pawns. All right, so let's take a quick look at the standings then. We have Hikaru drew his game. He remains in 6th. He's a point ahead of the players in 8th. And Magnus, who else but Magnus, is leading the field with 6.5. Nepo on 6, Arjun and Nordebeck and Maxime on 5. So Hikaru, he's only a half point away from being in the 3rd place tie, so very safe position in the standings. Next round, he will have black against Vincent Keimer. Vincent is in 10th place. It's a must win for Vincent. So Vincent's definitely going to go for it.
Yeah, all in. Yeah, Magnus in the lead. Yeah, tough spot for Prague, Vincent, and Richard. I guess Vidit already doesn't have any chance of qualifying. But yeah, we will see after a break who is gonna be winning here.
Absolutely. We'll see you guys in a couple minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to round 9 of the Freestyle Chess Paris event. We have our new position. Hikaru has the black pieces against Vincent Keimer, and the players are conducting their analysis. What do you think of this one, Maria?
Yeah, it's a very cool position, very unusual positions of all the pieces. Immediately, the attention falls onto A1 and B1 squares, because these two pieces probably will try to get out to the game as quickly as possible. So I'm seeing B and C pawns moving. Wait, no, we're playing black, so that's F and G. So yeah, I guess from the white's perspective as well, the same, like G3, F4, or maybe G4, F4. It will be interesting to see. I see the players analyzing also
Whoa.
the same
They're
pieces.
analyzing F4, G5, F5, G4, I think, is on the board right
Wow.
now, which apparently is not good because of Bishop H4, and all of a sudden E7 is trapping the rook. And then after Knight
Yeah,
C6,
E7 is not
G3,
defended.
now I'm creating
Whoops.
some threats, potentially. Pretty funny.
But nevertheless, I guess it's still possible that white will play just not as ambitiously. Maybe G3, F4 is a bit more safe.
Now the
Safe.
players are looking at this line. By the way, this position, we were talking about how some 960 freestyle positions are not completely balanced. This one is not that bad for black, but you have to be very careful because the moves the players are looking at, like this F5 move, is apparently a mistake after G4. The best move here is pretty nuts. It's G6. And I'm saying nuts because can't they just take? Ah, but then you go
Yeah, I
Queen
thought
G7 and
so.
I checkmate.
Oh.
Because the
And
queen
then
was
if
pinned,
knight
right?
C3, then we just take back.
Yeah, exactly. Now you can regain the pawn back. That's kind of a funny battery idea. But yeah, after F5, we see a lot of these positions you can react symmetrically. Not here. Here after G4, like if you take and queen takes, immediately white is starting to get some activity. You can start taking over the center. You have the open bishop, maybe queen to G2. So the players are yet to figure out or yet to analyze what the actual best move is, at least on this camera angle that we have. Best move is actually just D5, which makes sense, right? Fight for the center. Open the bishop, open the rook. So black needs to be kind of careful from the very first move. It's very interesting.
So if F5, then G4, or is it D4 immediately? Why is exactly?
After which move?
So now if black plays F5,
G4.
G6, and white plays G4, and why is it bad?
Yeah, let's see. D4, I guess, takes over the central squares and blocks the bishop. Also renews the threat to take the pawn.
And
So
we
queen
don't
of
have time to play something like D5 ourselves because of the threat of A takes A5.
That's
Okay.
right. Surprising pin. Yeah, I mean, maybe saying bad is a bit of an exaggeration on my part, but white seems to kind of very quickly open the bishop, open the queen. So it looks like, oh, there's a funny idea. After queen f7, suddenly the best move is d5, and the pawn is like a thorn now in black's camp. You can't develop your knights. So it's kind of annoying. So we'll see if the players, as they get situated at their boards, we'll see how they decide to play this. Yeah, it was interesting to see the players. They were focusing on more symmetrical approaches, like this f4, f5 move. And we did see this a lot in yesterday's games, where whenever you have these unusual piece placements, like the queens and bishops start more on the edge of the board, one of the strategies is that you immediately try to open them up. So I think f4 is certainly going to be played in all the games, basically, because you just start. Yeah, we have f4 on the board, by the way. We're going to get some moves in by Keimer. So let's see how Hikaru is going to react. And let me refresh so that we get the moves. Okay, we get d5 and g4. Okay, here we go.
Okay, looks interesting. Maybe he also has an idea of d4, the same idea that the knights cannot easily develop.
Yeah, that would have been the mirror image of the plan for white with d5. G5 instead, which makes sense. Hikaru wants to open up the bishop, get it going on the diagonal. So I want to make sure the moves are coming in directly. Here we go, D4 on the board. Very annoying for White's knights who don't have the central squares available.
Yeah, Vincent. He was Vincent in Weissenhaus. But
That's
maybe
right.
not here.
Maybe not here.
He still
But
needs
he-
to qualify to the knockout first.
Yeah, he definitely is going to be looking for a win in this game. Where's Vincent at in the standings? Let me check real quick. He is on 10th.
He needs to work to get his way in.
Mm-hmm.
At least 1.5 points is already separating him with Gukesh. Sorry, one point, right? With Gukesh.
Right. Yeah.
And it's only 3 games to go.
He needs to get probably
At least
2.5
2.5.
points.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is... Things are getting very dire. Knight A3, though. That's a nice decision, right? The point is that Knight does not have any other way out. But from A3, it's not just going to stand there. We can expect this Knight to potentially go maybe to C4 in the future. I also think this bishop from E1 could find itself in a pretty nice diagonal. Hikaru plays bishop C6. Perhaps after a trade of the pieces on the C6 square, Hikaru's going to need to move this rook to castle this way, right? Something like that could be on the agenda.
Mm-hmm. Remove one rook to put another rook in the same place.
Yeah, I was like, he can't castle, right? The rook on D8 is in the way.
Yeah.
Actually, this would be quite nice. Look at this. After take. This would be a very helpful move for Hikaru, by the way, because he gets a tempo to develop. And let's say knight c4. Okay, first of all, there might be some like targeting of this knight for the queen. Yeah, I was wondering about a move like rook d5. I guess here it's not the best because there is some e4. But a funny thing is, oh, you attacked the rook with the queen? That's okay. I castle. And I double the rooks. So that's kind of quirky. But aside from rook d5, he has rook e8. Yeah, sorry,
as long as that rook does not get trapped, I like early development of the rook anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But you always need to be careful not to get it trapped.
Yeah, maybe simpler is always rook e8, and that makes a lot of sense anyway, since you support the e-pawn going up the board.
Yeah.
I like that Hikaru is playing quickly at the start. So this d4 move was very nice. This d4 move that Hikaru played, it seemed like White was going to be the one with the initiative because, okay, we were looking, okay, f4, g4, but grabbing that share of space in the center is making it quite uncomfortable for Vincent to develop his pieces. I think Hikaru is going to trade the bishops and then play knight c6 and create the long castling possibilities in the upcoming moves.
Yeah, makes sense. Can Vincent maybe start trying to attack this pawn with bishop f2 and e3, for example?
Mm-hmm. Perhaps would be a strategy, but my bishop on h8, my knight on c6, the rook, maybe the queen, feels like that's going to be a hard pawn to eliminate. And even if you do, right, even if you play e3, you still got to watch out for my pieces opening up behind it.
Yeah, and I guess we also have ideas with d3, and as you said, like, we can always take the bishop on h1 and force the queen to step away from attacking the pawn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think lots of plans for Hikaru. I was also going to mention there's even h5 ideas at some point, right, to try to undermine this. Maybe the knight can follow to f6. Hikaru's taking a little time here. Look at Vincent. He's so focused on the camera feed. He's channeling all the brain power he's got. He knows this is a big game for him.
Yeah, every remaining game is a big game. He basically needs to try to win all 3, or at least 2.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what else Hikaru is considering here. Obviously, we mentioned taking on h1. What else? What other moves could we suggest? Okay, knight d7. Just developing the knight. Reasonable. Wonder where he wants to put it.
Trade trade the c4 knight because it's currently the best piece in white's position,
So like knight b6, you thinking?
or e5.
Or e5, yeah. Knight b6, if we have a trade there, let's just make like a, I don't know,
Oh,
random
I
move.
like your idea.
If you can open the rook, right, that would be nice.
Yeah.
But Vincent doesn't
And
have to play
maybe
ball.
not castle.
Yeah, castle this way maybe at some point.
No, I
Still
mean, do
possible.
we even need to castle? If
No,
that
no.
rook a8 gets out, then it looks like we already did castle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe the king just slides a square over and it's completely safe. But Vincent has a nasty little idea here. Instead of allowing the trade, let's say he even starts with bishop g3 and we get knight b6, he can actually move the knight over to a5. And the knight here could be a bit annoying. You mentioned this in one of the other games we were looking at, I think Hikaru against Prague, I believe it was. Like sometimes there's these squares, like b7 in this case, is a bit of a target.
Yeah.
Black is okay here, but still, it's an idea that's in the air.
It's
In fact, even immediately, it's possible to play knight to a5. Pretty annoying, right? Takes. I already got checkmate threaded.
Absolutely.
Vincent doesn't play it. A4. Maybe he's looking for a rook lift. Could that be a possibility? That he brings the rook out somehow?
Yeah, why not? I think they're both looking at this option because otherwise castling is a bit of a hassle. Like this, Hikaru doesn't even really need to develop the knight from b8 yet. Can just keep the pressure with bishop on c6. Not raiding it, just waiting for what white does. He can potentially do the same with a5.
Yeah, that would also have the benefit of preventing the knight a5 maneuver. That could be annoying.
Although then maybe d3 attacks the pawn.
Oh, yeah. Good point. The bishop on e1 could come in the game, but we could take an h1, knight c6, a5 pawn would be protected in that case. Yeah, a4 is a nice creative move from Vincent. Maybe he can even continue pushing the pawn. Like you mentioned, you don't even need to castle, right? The king can be perfectly fine. You can't really castle anyway because the rook. Well, why would you castle this point, right? You've played a4.
At this point, it was already basically a long castle.
Yeah, that's
All you
true.
need
So a
to
long
do-
castle with the rook.
Yeah, it's just that rook is
Yeah.
out of space. So if it takes the same or even less amount of moves to just reroute it, rook a3, rook whatever, d3, g3, anywhere where this rook looks good, h3, potentially pinning the queen to defending that pawn. Basically, it's a castle, but for a rook.
Yeah, that's a great way to think about it. You don't need a castle. You're already castle. You just need to activate the rook, right?
Yeah.
Knight e5, that's a nice move. Also, if Vincent played knight a5 here, the nice thing is, after the trade, we could just go knight c6, and we're happy to get rid of that annoying knight, and Hikaru is just finishing his development. So that's why, well, Vincent has not moved yet. Oh, no, sorry, he has. There we go. Knight takes e5. We trade. Yeah, I like how this is going for Hikaru. Just
in fact,
everything's coming together.
Looks almost favorable for black. He has two pieces, well, 2.5 pieces developed. The queen is basically developed. He's one move away from developing the knight. Yeah, the only thing that is left is to decide what to do with the rook on a8.
Yeah, basically that's the only piece. Will he copy Vincent, right, with the rook lift? Maybe he could still. You know what Hikaru could do here? I don't see it happening, but he could castle this way. Doesn't really make as much sense once you've already pushed the pawns, but it is legal.
Yeah,
it is legal to do that.
It is an option, yeah.
Yeah,
can you
perhaps
do it with one hand? Is it possible? One hand, like it's kind of like awkward. Grab
grab the grab them together and spin them around, right?
yeah, shuffle and then put it on g8 f8.
If you can do that smoothly, it'll look pretty cool. But you also risk just fumbling all the pieces and
hum every day. I'm shuffling.
So Hikaru does go a5. He's going to play rook a6. He likes Vincent's idea. He's saying, hey, I'm already castled. The rook in the 6th rank is going to be quite good. If Hikaru just gets his pieces out, which he is, he'll probably just be a bit better. The pawn on d4 grants him a lot of space. in the middle of the board.
Yeah, so how can, like, I'm trying to find how to proceed for Chimer. So his knight has no squares.
Yeah, exactly.
If he decides to open G3 for the knight and, for example, trade on E5, that activates the queen tremendously and attacks the pawn on E2. Let's say knight G3. But white already can create real threats with rook A6, B6, and B2 will be hanging with after D3. Okay, he plays D3.
Yeah, but now I don't know where this rook was going. I guess it could still go to B3 in some positions, but you know what he's doing? I think he wants to create a different avenue for the knight. Right now, the knight can go to D2, maybe C4, maybe E4. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. There's a couple of captures in the position, but Vincent doesn't really want to do either one of them. If you take the bishop, like you said, hey, that just helps me get my queen out. But if you take the other bishop, that helps me get my knight out. So he doesn't want to be helping Hikaru in any way, right? He wants to maintain the tension. For Hikaru, it's the same thing, right? He probably doesn't want to take on G3 here because that would help Vincent develop the knight. I would expect maybe Hikaru will do the rook lift as well. You do need to get that rook in the game.
Sorry, but was D3 already a real threat? I'm trying to calculate tactics there. Let's say white does another move.
Like H3 or something, right?
Yeah, we play D3, bishop take. Ah, no, there is a pawn on D2. It's not working.
The problem
in my head, there was no pawn on D2, and then it works, I think.
Well, let me show you one way we could make this work, I think. Let's say we plays king B1.
Yeah, okay.
And then watch this idea. If you take on E5, I take on E2. And you give you my queen, since I'm going to get quite a lot of it back. So there's some kind of D3 ideas in the air, but not anymore. Not after Vincent played D3. I was also thinking, is that a possibility? Hikaru actually, whoa. H takes? That's surprising to me. What about the knight?
He was trying to develop that knight, but now he's like, no, I don't want to go there. That knight is fine on F1. Thank you very much. That is very surprising.
But what is the issue? Let's say I play knight takes G3. You know what? Maybe Vincent just doesn't want maybe he has a different route. He just wants the knight on the C4 square. And he's thinking, okay, I don't want to get distracted. I'm going to just make sure it gets there. So he's willing to accept the double pawns, thinking that it's not much of a risk yet.
Yeah, maybe he just did not like the knight going to E4. But the other option is that the pawn on H2 kind of loses the natural defender with in a bishop's from bishop, because after the trade, like, who is going to defend that pawn? So he decided to move it to G3.
Yeah, I mean, guess still the priority is to get the pieces out. Now we have just one piece left that's not developed for either side, the knight on B8. But that's easy to develop, right? It's just kind of this waiting game. You take me, no, you take me, right? So we'll see who blinks first here. Yeah,
who will take that bishop first? Or maybe we will not see the exchange of bishops at all, somehow.
You know what could be a little bit of a funny idea down the road, maybe in the end game? The rook suddenly jumping over to H6 and then targeting the pawns. One of these ways.
Yeah, I think that's what Chimer had in mind when he took on G3 with a pawn.
He was already thinking about potentially the rook targeting the king side there.
Queen H6 is a potential threat as well. I don't know, hard to tell. Vincent is thinking very deep. Surprisingly,
thinking too.
I've seen Chimer thinking for so long in this game, but it's Hikaru who is lower on time.
Yeah, we saw that in the last game too. Hikaru started 3 minutes versus 5, just like he is now. But then he turned on the jets, and he was the one playing with the time advantage. Hikaru makes a big decision, E6. So suddenly there is tension with the pawns as well. So he's offering a potential trade. Now, if Vincent takes, now there's the F file that's open. These pawns are isolated as well. And if Vincent doesn't take, perhaps Hikaru will take himself and have some ideas to perhaps push on the king side. So creating some tension. Queen F2 looks like a good move, right? Support the pawn, the bishop. Now I can use my rook to take on the H1, which would give me access to an open file. Good move from Vincent, I think.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. So what to do for Hikaru?
Yeah, he takes. He decides to take back. Okay, Vincent takes with the pawn. I'm thinking H5 here. Okay, apparently that's a miss. So what? His queen takes better? No, I don't know why. Wait, what? I have no idea. I don't know why, but apparently that was not great.
That's
No
when the
idea.
engine is like, you missed it. But then what do I mean? Did I miss?
Yeah, it's like miss.
Ah, you
Okay.
missed. You missed.
Yeah, it's trolling us a little bit. I'm not sure about this decision from Hikaru. I did think H5 might have been his idea, because when you eliminate the G pawn, now like it's not unreasonable that maybe down the road we make a pass pawn.
Yeah.
It's a lot harder now, right? The way that things went with Hikaru trading on H1. So he blinks first, right? I mean, of course, this trade is beneficial to him as well, since he'll open the rook. Maybe the knight can come out. But Vincent now gets his rook from the passive D1 square to the open file. Hikaru goes knight F6. You know, it's a good route. Maybe one of these days, if we can get the knight to E3, I'll be happy about that one. Knight C5 here, by the way, is an idea.
Yeah, the
well.
engine is now preferring white a lot. I think it's because of the pawn on B7. I think Hikaru has no time to go to H6. Maybe he has to trade now on B6.
Rook B6, perhaps. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's safer. I don't like that rook H6 recommendation of the engine.
Yeah, I'm looking more at like, hey, this rook seems a little bit more dangerous. So take, but I guess there's something specific, because after knight B6, looks all good. I'm attacking the pawn. If you go pawn to B3, that weakens a lot of squares. All of a sudden, you might be in a lot of trouble. But apparently here there's F6, which, let's see, why is this so strong? Okay, my queen moves
Because
up.
we cannot go to F8, rook takes on H7.
And now you ignore the threat. There's some, suddenly the white pieces are very annoying. The D4 pawn is hanging, the A5 pawn is hanging. It doesn't, I see the eval bar is really in white's favor. It doesn't fully feel that way, but I guess once the pieces jump in, there's going to be some problems. Hikaru is looking for a way out. I mean, knight C5 looks very logical. So excuse me, we have a double attack.
Yeah,
So
maybe
rook
knight
B5.
C5. Yeah,
Right, take
depends
it.
on the 7.
Nothing wrong with this, right? Computer says queen F3, but I'm not going to blunder that. I can have a lot of options.
H6, but then our rook is confided to a little patch of the board.
Yeah, that's if you go rook B6, of course there's rook A5, but I was thinking maybe knight B6, but it's the same problem, right? The rook. But you know what? Maybe I can get some counterplay myself. This doesn't look that clear.
Okay, but maybe white just brings the knight now. Knight C4 or knight.
Rook H6, by the way, from Hikaru. You know what the point of this move I think is? It's not so much that you want to trade the rooks, is that when you play these moves like knight B6, you're not, or C6, you're not shutting the rook out of the game.
Yeah, maybe.
So Hikaru, that was actually the top move. Hikaru spent half his time there, 2 minutes, but he comes up with the top engine recommendation. Get that rook out of there so that you don't have to worry about it getting locked out of the game.
Yeah, that's fair. But what if white does not take? What is the plan for black? Like now the rook is in front of the pawn, so we cannot really push H5.
Right. Yeah, good point. So if Vincent doesn't take, right? If he trades, this is probably good news. We're threatening some back
our
rank.
queen activates. It has a lot of options. Yes, C6 is fine. Knight C5 is coming.
So Vincent should not trade rooks. Seems like his best course of action. Maybe the point is Hikaru will still play something like knight B6, as I mentioned, but This way you don't shut the rook out of the game.
Yeah, maybe.
We're going to find out. B6. Okay, makes sense. A little scary, but Hikaru thinks he'll have it under control. Maybe if queen g2.
Yeah, and knight c5 is probably an idea.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely an idea.
And what if white, for example, plays knight c4, queen f3, and some sacrifices in there?
Agreed. It looks, if white gets that on the board, it's looking a little scary. Maybe more than a little. So let's say if you start with knight c4, knight c5, rook b5. This is tricky. I mean, knight a5 is already a threat. If you get too hungry with these pawns, looks like this is losing after f6. Okay, let's see what's happening in the game, though. We have... Oh! I completely forgot he could do that. He castles. I thought he's already castled. He's not. This was the starting position. He gets at. That's what he's gonna do. He's going to castle.
This is clippable material.
Wow. I wonder if Vincent remembered that. I feel like
Chess
I
master
mean,
sees
might
a
have not.
second castle and freaks out.
What a move. That's, I mean, that makes a ton of sense, right? Now the king, you're not worried about all these sacrifices. It's funny because it wasn't the best move. Apparently queen g2 was inaccurate, but you understand why Hikaru goes. The best move was knight c5, but obviously there's always some threats here.
Yeah.
So it's very human that Hikaru just gets the king to the other side.
If you don't castle now, then likely white will give you a check, go back, and then you can never castle.
Yeah. But still, it's the position's not so simple, especially like you mentioned earlier. Without the rook trade, where is this rook really going? I wish this pawn was in h5. Then h4 is coming, and we're getting some really nice kingside play. Knight f6 gets a miss. Hikaru probably is aiming for knight g4 maybe. But apparently here, queen b7 is very annoying. Although you castled away from the danger, the pawns are suddenly under fire. So
yeah, that
queen
pawn
b7 is
not
apparently
easy to
very
defend.
strong. Yeah, you have
And
to play
our rook
something
is
ugly.
now also, the rook now is also trapped, but just on the other side of the board.
Yeah, but let's see if Vincent can find queen b7. I guess if he doesn't, like Hikaru must be angling to play knight g4, and that will open ideas of knight e3 and rook h2. So queen c6. Okay, so is there anything here? Like, I guess the knight doesn't have an amazing jump to play. Apparently, there's nothing better than knight e8 to defend the pawn. It's a little bit of a sad move to play, but if I lose this pawn, then I lose this pawn and this pawn. So it's definitely
rook
worth
c8,
defending.
just to make sure, rook c8 does not work.
Rook
because
b6 maybe?
Rook b6, yeah.
Yeah, and then the funny thing is your
why?
knight doesn't really...
But then why queen c6 is a miss? Because knight e8 comes with an attack
With
on
a
a
tempo, yeah, I guess. If you go with queen b7,
Okay.
knight e8, you don't... Computer says rook, well, not there. Rook to d5, keeping an eye on the pawn here.
And then rook d7 to probably
Potentially as well. Yeah, Hikaru, 40 seconds. Knight e8 is one of those moves you don't want to play. It's like, oh, like I'm blocking my rook. I'm playing so passively. So he's looking. Okay, he goes rook e8.
He goes for counterattack.
That's very logical. Just you don't want to go with knight e8. It's not the best decision after apparently, but still it makes a lot of sense. Queen c7. There's also rook h2. If I could stack the rooks in the second rank, that's going to give me lots of counterplay.
You have time for it. That's the question. Queen c7.
Yeah, queen c7.
H2.
It can also take right away, of course. Apparently, the computer's saying you can't do this. I'm just going to here knight f3, and you give this up with check. Not the most obvious.
Because b2 is defended. That's the thing. It looks like the rooks on the second rank at least give you a draw, like usually. Just collect all the pawns, keep checking. But the rook is defending it.
Yeah. Queen f8 is played first. Hikaru doesn't take or go rook h2. So let's see. Is he trying to get this queen out somehow? But he can't. He doesn't have any squares. Knight f3 from Vincent. So now rook h2 is not possible.
And now g5 is hanging as well.
And
He
d4.
doesn't have time to take.
Yeah, I think if knight d4 comes, that's a huge problem because you've lost out on potentially getting those rooks in. This is looking very tough now. Hikaru's got 30 seconds to come up with some form of counterplay. Rook c8. Okay,
Yeah,
that was the main
fine
idea.
move. So good.
If we can go, we need to bring the rook back now, right? If we can kind of bring it to c6, but even then, knight d4 would also be. Oh, okay. That one was not my fault. That was my mouse glitching. Actually, I'm not gonna. That was not fully my lack of arrows, but yeah, knight d4 will also defend c2. Queen e5. Is there like a knight g4, but then queen d4? Yeah, if you could like get the knight in here, there's no time. Queen d4. Okay, knight d7. Knight c5.
What's happening with the camera there?
Yeah, it's more on Hikaru, right? It's shifting.
More.
All right, I'm seeing some cheapos, right? If you can somehow like queen e8, queen takes b5, pawn takes, knight b3, right? Some
It's like the
cheapos.
queen in Magnus style.
Yeah. Let's see. Hikaru, I mean, he is down a couple pawns. It's all about the tricks now. f6 from Vincent. He cuts off the rook. I would expect queen e8 here is a real idea. I'm attacking e2 and I'm threatening queen b5. I think that's actually a pretty tricky move.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. But white probably will not blunder it.
Right, but I got to try something.
Yeah,
Got to
why
try
not?
something. So queen b5. Again, the point is that I want to open up the square in b3 to create this fork. Funnily enough, even if you blunder that, you have so many pawns that it's probably still good for white, but definitely
Crazy moment. No, he
yeah.
saw it.
He saw it. Queen e5. Very annoying. Queen g5 is also a threat. At least I have rook g6. Hikaru's got to keep the queens on. Otherwise, not much to play for. So, I don't know, queen d8 or something.
But if he trades, at least he gets some counterplay with the rook on h file.
Yeah, but 2 pawns down and b6 is hanging. Okay, this is better. Checkmate, right? Checkmate is a good form of counterplay.
Maybe he
Checkmate
blunders
ideas.
with e4, and then we have the same
Knight
idea.
d4, 3, yeah. Okay, here we go. Queen g2, at least attacking stuff.
But now queen g5, queen g.
Yeah, queen g5 is possible. Rook
G6,
g6 would have been forced.
He wants to play rook. Wow. King is
I'm
in the
not
corner.
sure. Yeah, there's definitely like you're just banking your hopes on some kind of trick being available on the c file.
Yeah, looks like Hikaru does not want to play rook g6. He wants to just stack that pawn and go for the second rank.
Vincent is down to 13 seconds. I'm looking at the camera. I see his chair is shaking. He's nervous. King b1, very logical step out of those c file pins. Hikaru's got to try to find some kind of ways to generate some threats. So Vincent maybe could blunder with 19 seconds, but he is in a very favorable position.
King b1, yeah. Camera is preventing any play on the c file. Yeah,
Yeah,
Hikaru
this is
found c5. That was the idea of king h8. But is it
yeah. The
enough?
problem is that defense here is probably not the way you want to go. But there's nothing to attack. The knight in d4 defends both these pawns. The queen is very strong. Very difficult to find any form of counterplay. At some point, white will start taking these pawns as well.
Maybe 97.
That's true. If rook
Hard to
b6, you do have
think.
knight d7. He plays it immediately. Maybe you could take this pawn. Just like
At least.
yeah, get one back.
We suffer for something.
All right, back down to 2 pawns. G3's hanging. Oh, then there's knight f5. Can't do that either. Yeah, Hikaru needs a blunder, but white's pieces are very well defended. Knight e8, threatening knight d6. Some forks in the air. Also defending b6, I suppose.
Oh, he has a beautiful move. Rook g5.
Oh,
He found it.
brilliancy.
Queen
Queen e8. Rook back,
Or-
queen e5 check.
Or queen f8 to take the rook on h6.
Yep, also makes a lot of sense. But he goes for
Like,
this one.
excellent.
I mean, there's forks in the air. Can already just go here.
Yeah,
But there could be even better.
probably
Probably is
queen
better.
g7
King
and king.
g6.
Is he getting check? No.
Yeah, probably. Like knight e6. I'm attacking the
Mhm.
rook. I'm attacking queen g7.
Yeah, queen g7. He probably cannot even go to g6. Oh, he goes.
On the board. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
you have to
knight
defend the
e6.
rook. Why not? Knight f3. Okay. You go, I gotta move the rook. It's under attack. Rook takes g3, maybe. I'm up in exchange. I got something. I got something. Vincent's only 10 seconds.
Yeah, you can still mess it up.
Yeah, rook g1 makes a lot of sense. I can sack the queen. Yeah, 2 rooks for the queen. I mean, of course it's losing. I'm down so many pawns, but if I don't lose one of my rooks, and again, imagine the pawns at h5. If I can get this h-pawn rolling, there will be actual counterplay. This is probably the best position we've had in a while.
I mean, 5 moves ago it was +11 for Vincent. Now it's only +5.
+4. So if it keeps getting
It
halved,
goes down. Keeps going down.
Yeah.
We'll see where it's in 5 moves.
no, there is a real hope here. I'm counting on this h-pawn. That's if somehow we can get that h-pawn moving, it will give us counterplay.
Yeah, now he moves the rook away.
Yeah, so some king. You can't
King
go
move, yeah.
king g5 maybe king g5. I don't know. Need to use that h pawn somehow, but my pieces are my own enemy
Maybe
here.
h6 first and then move the king.
Yeah, but Vincent's also got some pawns. King g4. Yeah, okay, but you cannot play h5 here because the rook is hanging. Yeah. If only that pawn was a little bit more up the board. Then, like, if it was already like h5, h4, like it's going to distract the queen quite a bit. But I don't think he's in time is the issue.
That king is a hero. So what if e4 now?
Yeah, just push the
4,
pawns.
d6.
E5 here. Yeah, e5, simplest.
Shame, the increment is quite high. Vincent is back to 40 seconds now.
Yeah, this is going to be too difficult, I think, for Hikaru to hold because the pawns are just they're walking down the board. Nothing can really stop him here. Not sure what the hope is here, but let's see if Hikaru can still set the problem. Again, the problem is the H pawn just never really was able to get going.
Hmm. Oh yeah, finally enough. Hikaru is not gonna move from his 6th place. He
Due
would
to the
have
other
stayed.
results.
Yeah, whether it's a loss or a draw, he still stays on 6th place. Only a win would bring him to ahead of 4th place, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see. There's because Nordebek beat Gukesh, and Gukesh was in 8th place, right? And then it looks like the guys in the lead, like Magnus and Nordebek and Nepo, they keep winning.
Solidifying it. Yeah,
They keep winning. So
Nepo is on
yeah.
7 points out of 9.
Yeah. So, but Magnus is also winning. So the
Yeah.
leaders are just are plowing through the field here.
Yeah.
But yeah, here I do not really see any hope for Hikaru, unfortunately. Yeah, the past pawns are going to be very strong. But
Yeah, to find how
top
to
8 is all that you need. And Hikaru's in 6th. And 6 is less than 8.
Yeah, Hikaru probably won't try for much longer.
Okay, he's got one of the pawns. He got one of the pawns. If he can get the second pawn. But
Hopium.
yeah. He's 50% there. But the problem is this pawn is going d7, d8.
Yeah. cannot even get anything. I mean, he can grab the pawn on a4, but
What
nothing
he
else.
should do is try to sneak a bishop on e6 instead of a rook, and then we'd be in business.
Can I downgrade my piece once per game?
Yeah, you can call over the arbiter. Okay, Hikaru will grab that pawn as you mentioned.
Everything was 1-1 diagonal for a second.
Oh yeah, we have the rare connect
Sure.
5, but
Yeah.
of different assortments of pieces.
Well, he has rook b4 check, but then yeah, next move, white is
Mhm.
promoting regardless of what you do.
Yeah,
If you had like 3 pawns on the king's side,
yeah, some more fortress chances then.
some chances. Or a bit more advanced fast pawn.
Yeah,
Still, of
the
course, some work to do for Heimer.
yeah, he needs to figure out which piece he wants to promote into.
Okay,
Does he want to
please.
make a rook or a queen? Maybe a knight. Knight could actually be quite good because you're attacking on e6. So he needs to figure out which of those pieces he wants to grab.
Yeah.
He goes for the queen. The knight was an interesting choice, though. All right, queen reverse. Yeah, like you said, actually, if you had a bit more pawns on the queen side, there are plenty of positions where the rook actually can fortress against the queen if you have enough pawns.
Yeah.
Not here, though.
Yeah.
But
No,
let's
not
see.
here. But still some work to do.
Mhm.
Definitely not over completely, but should be a familiar position for grandmaster like Vincent.
Yeah, I think one of his plans could be, of course, after king b5 or king d5 he goes, there could be some ideas where you push the pawns to c5 and you get them both and you get the b pawn. Hikaru is using his pass pawn, seeing if he can get it moving.
Yeah, of course he will try as much as he can.
Yeah, why not? Rook to g5. Problem is now the rook cannot defend both these pawns at the same time. So for example, king to b5. I guess you can. I guess you can. Rook h6. Forgot about that square. So I am correct, stand corrected, but don't think it will last too long. For example, c4 is still an idea. And yeah, let's see. Hikaru will play rook h6 here. Or not. But now I can just take on b6.
Okay, if there was no pawns on the white side, then we can make a fortress.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't see how Hikaru can make a fortress with giving up a pawn on b6.
Yeah, I think sometimes, I don't know if this is the case here, but even when you're losing, you need you still play it out a little bit.
Yeah, he's gonna probably resign fairly soon because
Yeah, also it's a way to sometimes, if you're frustrated, don't want the game to end immediately, just want to kind of play a couple more moves of inertia, and there we go. Hikaru
yeah.
does resign the game. Huge win for Vincent chances. But Hikaru still remains on top 8.
Yeah,
one
I
game
think
actually going.
Hikaru's position in qualifying is intact, to be honest. Like, unless it goes really horribly wrong and he loses both games, but even then, the other guys need to win both games.
Yeah, he's still a point ahead of the 8th spot. So he definitely controls his own. Who's Hikaru got next? Let me check his pairings. He has white against Nordebek next. Nordebek, of course, one of the leaders. And then he's got black in support. I think 1 out of 2 is enough for sure to
Yeah,
stay in the.
also worth mentioning that Fabi, he's on the same points as Hikaru, is gonna play against Vincent and Pragananda, so direct contenders for qualification.
Let's jump to this game real quick. It's still going. I saw this was a draw earlier, by the way. Like I thought I saw the eval bar said it's drawn. What was happening here? Now it's definitely not drawn. Oh, wow. Report missed. He was losing a double miss here. Bishop f8, nasty move. You're threatening to win the bishop. You're down a piece, but you survive, and then the h pawn will actually be able to promote. So you missed that chance. He played bishop a3. He had a similar
Wow.
idea, but it wasn't as good.
Wow.
Now you don't even have bishop b2. So seems like Magnus was winning, but then he gave a rare lifeline. Yeah, bishop f8 would have been nasty, saving the game down a piece. Yeah, and if you try to move out of the way, I still go here. Say, give me a check. Now I'm going after the pawn. I got my own pawn. Is the game still going, or yes, it
Are
is.
we gonna see a masterclass from Magnus on how to
Bishop
check?
and knight?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. But he
That-
probably doesn't even need to allow it. He just wins the pawn and then walks the king. Yeah, I don't think he's going to even allow it. Yeah, we're not going to see it, unfortunately.
Oh, but obviously he knows how to.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I actually got it for the first time in my life last in Dubai, actually, where you were. I played a tournament in Dubai, and I finally got the bishop and knight first time in, what is it, 24 years of playing chess. So, yeah, but we end the game and move 68. One
Yeah,
more.
I've never had it in my game, but the most probably I can say badass moment was to see Alexandra Kostyanyuk delivering checkmate in a blitz game with like 2 seconds left on the clock with increment of 2 seconds. So she just kept blitzing and checkmated in like 45 moves. I think it was against Canelo.
45. So it got close. Got close.
It was
to
really
50.
a tricky position there to come out. Like it
Mhm.
was the whole board she needed to, like, yeah, I guess it's also difficult with such time, but yeah, she did some fantastic job there in the World Blitz Championship.
Yeah, I mean, when you know, right? And especially most grandmasters, they are quite aware. So let's take a quick look at the standings before we take a short break. 9 of the rounds have been completed. We have, of course, Magnus 7.5, Nepomniachtchi at 7, Dustorov 6, and VL 6. So we have Hikaru at 4.5. Top 8, of course, is the goal. He's a point ahead of Gukesh and Vincent. So yeah, I would guess that, I mean, even a half point is probably enough to qualify, although a point is 100% in. So I would still think that Hikaru needs at least half out of 2 to secure his spot. He will have white against one of the leaders, Nordebek, going next. So yesterday he bounced back very well after a loss. I believe he won. Each time he lost, he would immediately win right after. So we'll see. We'll see if he can give us a show again.
He's gonna play Nordebek now and finish with Richard. But at least he's playing Nordebek with white. So
Yeah. Hope maybe he will get one of those banned positions from Freestyle. So
quick
we'll
win
see.
would definitely help.
And by the way,
see.
I think Richard might be just out, right? Even if he wins, or at least he needs to win both and hope that everyone in front of him
definitely needs
loses.
to win both, and even then it's not guaranteed to qualify.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Well, we will keep an eye on all the action once we return from a break. So stay tuned for round 10.
Yeah. See you in a bit.
Welcome back, everyone. We are just about to start round 10 of the second day of the Freestyle Paris Tour. And the players are sitting analyzing. I see Hikaru, Fabi, Magnus. That's a pretty good team to have when you're trying to tackle any chess position.
Yeah, and in front of them on the other side, none other than the current world champion, Gukesh. So can it be a better combination, I think, for discussing the position you possibly never seen in your life before, although I think I played it once online myself. But I don't think they should get any ideas from me. You can actually castle on move 1 in this position, alongside castle.
You could. Let's show that. That's not a bad idea at all, right? That's kind of funny. Sometimes you'll get these positions where castling is legal. I wonder if the players are looking at that. Let's see, I see the cameras panning over to their analysis session. What are we going to be looking at there?
What if you? When else would you see all these 4 players analyzing together?
I don't even. Oh, what was that? Someone's
That
already
was the
seated.
25th frame.
What is this position? The queen? Oh, I see what they're looking at. I see what they're looking at. I understand. They're looking at something like e4, f5, takes, and like a queen a2 idea. So something like this, maybe, along these lines.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's kind of funny. If you castle in the first move, you got to watch out after f5. You don't want to drop your
It's also
pawn on the a2 square.
B2 is also hanging after castle.
Before castles is hanging. Actually, you know what would be
Oh.
funny here? Wait, check this out, Maria. What about, let's say we play, hey, I'm going to go f4. I'm going to attack your pawn. Okay, I
Yeah.
go knight b6. Okay, what about maybe like a fianchetto? Like maybe I can bring my bishop out. Okay, let's go here. What is this guy doing? What is he just blundering this pawn? And then you get
I
mated
see
on
where
b3
you're
moves.
going. I see where
Yeah.
you're going.
Yeah. Yeah, this is probably not what they're analyzing, but like you said, these pawns on b2, b7, g2, they can be quite vulnerable in some of these shuffled positions.
Yeah, this is pretty nuts. B2 is potentially a weakness, A2 is a weakness. The knight on A1 also not protected.
Yeah, you can maybe blunder it on the long diagonal somehow. I think the position I just saw the players looking at, they had the knights on b3 and c3, which seems almost a guarantee to happen in the games because the
Same as
knights
in
don't have.
first game today, the knights were on the right side as well.
Yeah, we had, I think, the Hikaru, we saw him playing knight g3, knight f3, right? So a little bit of a mirror image here.
Exactly.
And yeah, I saw also some other positions with like white grabbing the center. So yeah, quite a. Oh, okay. I was already castled there. Oh, we're zooming in.
Oh,
Oh, there we go.
nice. Thank you,
We're back
John.
to queen a2. We're back to this line.
So I see one player is not participating in the analysis, or maybe he's standing. I guess we did. Oh wait, it's 12 players now. So we saw 5 analyzing with Hikaru, total 5. Okay, so Prague is alone. Vidit is not there. And someone else is missing. Yeah, Vidit is standing and watching. Yeah, I guess he's not very happy. He's looking forward to getting back to his wife, I guess, and forget about chess again. This was just a diversion.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he's really having a hard time in the event. Of course, this always happens. Even the strongest players, when you're in the field with other strong players, sometimes things are just not going your way. I think he's 1 out of 9. Do you think he was just they're like, we don't want to hear your ideas?
Well, I mean, there are a lot of factors. He's been traveling non-stop in the last like 10 days because he was getting married in one city. He lives in another. I guess they are in the process of like moving. There was a lot of like I don't think most of the chat here, unless they're from India, realize that wedding in India is not one day event. The wedding in India consists of at least 5 days. And as I know, Vidit actually had more days because he has a very international group of friends. So yeah, there are like multiple, like there is Sangeet, there is like Puja, no, not Puja, that's called something different. Like it's extremely exhausting. So to put aside the fact that he didn't have time to prepare for chess, he also physically must be exhausted. So it would be unfair to expect of him the same level of performance here in person in another city in a different time zone after all this than what he did online in qualifiers. That was just one day standalone, and you still play at home whether you're tired or not. Here you have to like do all of that traveling prior to playing. So, I mean, yeah, I don't think he should be beating himself up and just enjoy Paris and honeymoon and shopping and stuff.
Indeed. And he still got some games to play. I'm not sure who he's playing, but I'm sure his games will still affect the standings. By the way, we are off to
Yeah.
the races with f4 being the first move from Hikaru. Nordebek responds with knight b6 because the pawn was actually hanging on a7. Our cameras are currently on Richie, but
Yeah,
I'm sure
video
we'll be
is showing
making
Richie. That's
yeah.
fine. Yeah, we love Richie.
We're jumping
Although it's
around. We
not
got
a
the chair.
salmon, not a salmon short. It's a different jacket. Oh,
There we go.
Okay, hello.
Yeah, so for those of you just joining us, or if you need a reminder, Hikaru, last game, unfortunately, was lost to Vincent, but he's still 4.5 out of 9, well within the top 8. This game is not a must-win. I saw someone asking, is this a must-win game? Not call it a must-win. Of course, a win would be very, very nice. Would definitely completely cement Hikaru's position going into the last round to qualify into the next stage. But it's certainly a game that he doesn't have to win. I think we didn't do all the math. We didn't check all the different pairings, but certainly a draw would be quite a acceptable result. A loss, of course, would not be great. Would not count him out though, even with a loss. But nevertheless, I'm sure that yeah, just getting on the board here is already quite a good result.
Must draw. Yeah, that's a way to put it. I guess you have a draw qualifying point, like not like match point, but qualifying
Draw point. Yeah.
Qual
Yes.
point.
We do have, wow, exclamation point for d3. It's kind of funny. Well, I guess the pawn on c4 maybe was hanging in some
Yeah.
in this current case, and then
Great
b2 is
move
hanging
means
after.
only move, or
Yeah.
rather, kind of forced.
Well, you
He
could
could
play
have played
b3, but then your knight might be a little sad.
or e3, but then you block your queen,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
maybe you shake up the king's position a little bit.
By the way, as you mentioned, both players, they can castle at any point since the king and rook are adjacent to each other. Knight c6 gets a question mark. Looks like a logical developing move. Hikaru has a very strong idea here. According to the engine, he can play b4, supported by the bishop. And all of a sudden, these pawns can start harassing the horses. But let's see if Hikaru can find that one. That's a pretty nice move. And then you can start bringing out the knight. He brings out the knight first, which is very natural. Gets a miss, since the computer did think b4 was quite strong. But in any case, Hikaru can play g3, bishop g2, knight b3, probably castle. Looks very harmonious.
But the thing is, I guess if Hikaru is kind of thinking about long castle in the future, maybe b4 is a bit too risky.
Yeah.
Because if you
also,
play
where do you put the king?
b4, then you are committing to castling to the right side, which means you have to prepare lots of moves. How do you even develop the light squared bishop without destroying that pawn structure, which is supposed to defend your king in the future?
Yeah, I mean, knight c3, you're not going to go wrong developing a piece.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
of course, it's a very good move. Nordebek is...
Yeah, Hikaru is doing faces. He's like, come on, this is easy. Why are you thinking here?
Yeah, Nordebek, he's a very intense player, I feel. I've had a chance to play in a tournament with him once, obviously in an open event, and I saw him at the board, and I feel like he's got aura. You know, he's like really exuding like so much energy when he's at the board. So, and Hikaru's very chill. Looks very chill right now.
Yeah, no, Nordebek is one of those players with intense stare, right?
Yeah, he'll look at the opponent. He'll look at you during the board. see what you're about. He goes d6 after quite a bit of a think, and perhaps he's hinting at a move like e5, fighting for the center. g4 from Hikaru, nice move. We've seen these in the previous game. We also saw Hikaru play g5 with the queen on the g8 square. So this could help him activate the queen. Maybe also helps activate the bishop on these diagonals.
Yeah. So then I guess king will be castling to the queen side.
Yeah, the king side is a little bit too open. Probably both players will be more likely to simply shuffle the king over to the safety of the corner.
Yeah, that's fair. But a tough position for Nederbeck. Like harder to develop, I guess, with all those pawns already advanced from Hikaru.
He's not
And I-
backing down though. G5.
Yeah, but I think also b4 also still might happen. I would not completely disregard the idea knight c2 before.
That's true. The knight we were thinking could go to b3, but you can go to c2 as well, which could support b4. Also, the knight can find some central squares to go to in the near future. G5 though, so this creates a little bit of lots of tension
That's
here.
a very Nederbeck move. It's almost like Hikaru knows his personality and just baiting him into playing big g5.
Yeah, I mean, this for sure. Norderbeck is never one to from the games that I've seen. He's not one to shy away from a fight from any player. But it's also quite a nice move because Hikaru challenged the pawn at f5. Norderbeck took. He was thinking that, well, I'm letting his queen come out. The rook can go to the g file. The bishop can go to h3. I would rather fight for my own pieces. So Hikaru's got some options. If he takes on g5, he helps Norderbeck get his queen out. So you probably don't want to do that. You take an f5, which is natural. Then I take an f4. You got to decide if you want to do the queen trade. Both pawns are a little bit weak. Both can be targeted. Both can be defended. So it's quite a funny sort of symmetry going on here.
Yeah, exactly.
Hikaru avoids the queen trade. He wants the pawn at f4. And he wants to play rook
And
g1, I
he's-
think.
And yeah, rook g1, I like that. I also like the idea of bishop h3 threatening f6.
Yeah.
And yeah, the castle is not really possible there for black. Very
Right.
tricky
With the
position.
king on c8, you might be in a little bit of danger against the bishop on h3.
So Alex, do you have any idea why the engine prefers black? Okay, very slightly, but still.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a mystery. I see that the computer recommends queen to g5. The idea is to defend and attack. But yeah, I was thinking, what if we go bishop h3? I suppose. Okay, we get queen g4. So that's a nice move. You don't let bishop h3 happen.
Oh, okay. But
I was thinking, can I go h4?
yeah, I
of
was
these
thinking
positions?
h4 and rook g1, and we're planning to play bishop h3 anyway.
Yeah, queen g4 is an interesting little move here. Of course, next move we just want to take on f5. So what about h4? So you can still take. Oh, wow. Okay, so the engine is not worried about this at all. After queen f7, you can grab it just sacrifices the exchange. And the compensation here is that I have an unopposed light square bishop. I also have e5, exactly, connect 4. So very interesting. I wonder if Norderbeck saw that, if he's planning on sacrificing the exchange. Hikaru, though, goes bishop d2. So now if queen f5, simple. You're just going to trade, and the position's a bit quieter. So Norderbeck has an option, whether he can try to continue defending his own pawn, or he can just take an f5.
That's very interesting. Because I still kind of prefer white here, to be honest, even though the queen is active and out and everything. But so white has one bishop developed and black has one knight developed. Everything else is almost symmetrical after the trade.
Pawn
Yeah,
on c4 gives us a little bit of queenside space.
Yes, exactly. That pawn is, I feel like, is an advantage. Maybe if the queens trade, maybe closer to an endgame, it might cause some problems because the pawns will be more separated and harder to defend. But at the moment, I think b4 is not completely out of the box.
Yeah, it's a big decision for Nordebek, right? Like queen f5 definitely seems like you want a bit more of a control game. Bishop h6, maybe it's a little bit more ambitious. I mean, it's an interesting situation for Nordebek. I mean, from a tournament perspective, he's already solidly in the qualification.
Mm-hmm.
So perhaps he doesn't have the same motivation, let's say, right? But at the same time, these are all, you know, extremely elite players. You know, they don't need that much motivation to just want to play some chess and try to win.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Just saw we had a very nice photo sent to us by
Yeah,
Fiona.
So
Yeah.
the boss, Fiona the boss.
Fiona the boss. Then it's a great photo of Hikaru, Fabiano, and Magnus analyzing at the start of the round. But at present, Bishop h6, very ambitious. I want your pawn, but you can't have mine.
And the engine here recommends a very bold move.
Mm-hmm.
f6.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is clear. If you take it, now you got all these messed up pawns, but I would be very worried about e5. Now it's like, well, I can never take that pawn on f4. And the f6 pawn, isn't that a little bit far from home? The computer says, hey, you know, I think we can hold it, but
Yeah,
this is too scary for me to play as white.
yeah, I think it's too much. Maybe in a classical game, if you have enough time to calculate.
Yeah, it feels like not the most practical. And by the way, the h4 idea that I had earlier, is the computer still going to sacrifice the exchange? Hikaru goes rook g1. What about h4? Yeah, wow. Just give up the rook. And
Yeah.
apparently you're in a great spot. Rook g1 from Hikaru, queen f5, queen h4. Okay, makes sense. He's hitting the bishop. He's hitting bishop h3. But Nordebek has a very strong move here. I don't know if Hikaru maybe overlooked that. Queen h5, defended by the bishop on e8, gets out of both threats. That's a very annoying move. Maybe, let's see if we'll see that. We'll see if Hikaru has plan against it. I see the computer says there's maybe rook g4. It's kind of a funny move. Now you're threatening to take and go rook h4 and skewer the bishops.
Yeah, I mean, of course, engine will always hold these positions with all the crazy pawns everywhere, but
Nordebek finds it, queen h5. I wonder if Hikaru saw that move. I want to see his reaction.
yeah, can we?
Yeah, I'm looking at the
Around?
camera.
He seems fine, nodding.
Yeah,
Nodding about the move of Nordebek.
nodding back. Yeah. Oh, a
Nodding
little
back.
bit of a face. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it was like, whoa, what is that? But nevertheless, it's a very annoying move because now black is avoiding the immediate threats. And he's up a pawn. So Hikaru needs to drum up some kind of compensation. But if the queens come off, it's quite annoying for Hikaru.
Well, I guess we need to first consider trading.
Yes, you could
For example,
take.
trade, bishop h3. I guess black will put the knight on d7 because moving the rook away does not make sense.
Yeah, it feels like if black can castle and play e5, get a rook to g8. White's gonna, maybe your idea of knight c2, b4 at some point, start pushing, start jumping with the knight. Pawn's a pawn, right? There still would be an
Yeah.
extra pawn for black.
Yeah, it is, but maybe if you castle, we can put some pressure on d7. For example, knight d5, knight f6. Okay, he
We
takes.
do get this on the board, by the way, so we're gonna find out. We do have the trade and bishop to h3.
I think he played knight, yeah, knight d7. I guess just developing the knight makes sense.
Yeah, knight
So
c2, you
how-
also cover knight d4, which could be
Mhm.
pretty annoying as well.
Yeah.
Well,
And
Hikaru's got this open file and open diagonal, so he does have some active pieces, right?
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, and even though the bishops of black pieces are developed both to quite active squares, they're still on the edge. So it's only half of the squares they are covering.
True, true. And Hikaru may be considering moves like b4. Maybe he
Mhm.
can try to target this pawn on f4 with like a knight d5. Also, if he castles, he can play rook f1. We do have this nice file, but unfortunately the rook just has no squares to infiltrate on. Nordebek is thinking. I mean, he could probably just castle here. The rook on c8 otherwise is very much out of the game. Maybe he forgot he could castle. Like last game, I forgot Hikaru could castle. So could happen.
Oh, interesting. He plays knight e5, not pawn in f5.
He's threatening to take on d3, actually. A little bit of a sneaky idea because
Thanks
of the
for
pin.
letting me know. I didn't even notice this. So what about d4? Still knight d3,
I
right?
still, yeah, or knight c4 in that case. But Hikaru, yeah, but castling, of course, is the move he'd like to play regardless. So it's useful. He gets out of the threat and he also prepares to rook f1. Wonder if Nordebek, what's his idea other than that? Certainly he wasn't just hoping Hikaru would blunder. Could he have forgotten about the castle, do you think? That he was like, wait a minute, he got out of it like that? I think there's
No,
a
that's
chance.
true.
Okay, you go c5.
Fine. It gets even more symmetrical apart from the extra pawn.
But now we have the knight on e5 blocks pawn e5. So what about rook f1? I can't move this knight, unfortunately, because e2 is hanging, but
Mm-hmm.
it's still an idea. Like rook f1, rook f2, double the rooks, knight d5. If I
Yeah,
can get the pawn back, I'll be in completely fine shape.
well, I guess black does not have to lose that pawn. They can play also knight to g6 to protect it. But now if they play e5, they will leave d6 quite weak.
Yes. But it feels like Hikaru's pieces are finding coordination together, right? Like the rooks are on the adjacent files, the rook f2, okay, makes sense. I think Hikaru's setting up knight d5 now without giving up the e2. If you cannot lose the e2 pawn, then the whole chain will collapse. So this is a very important pawn to defend. Hikaru also up a little bit on time this game. I think the last two games we saw did get to a little bit of a time disadvantage earlier on. Not this time.
Yeah, he's definitely improving his time situation. Nordebek is shaking a lot. I'm wondering if he is happy with his position or not.
Yeah, I was wondering, is there no knight d5 here? I mean, is it not? What am I missing? It's a double attack, right? I'm attacking here, I'm attacking here. A lot of things to attack. Why not? Well, you just defend here.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the problem is that I can't take f4 without giving up e2. So if I go bishop takes f4, there are these bishop e2 tactics, even immediately. The rook is
This is
overloaded. And I'm also threatening knight
during
d3.
in some positions you can even sacrifice that piece on e2, take on d3, and then push the pawn.
This is the position now. Haru. Yeah, or if you take right away, then I'll have bishop e2. And the problem is, it's not even that I take on f4, which is already pretty good. I even throw this in. It's incredible.
then
Knight
it's
is
another
forking
four.
it's forking every move.
Yeah, I think this pawn is poisoned, even if it looks like you attack it with more pieces.
Yeah.
You
We can
cannot
maybe
take
try
it.
like knight e1, knight g2, just like still trying to get that pawn back, right? Still, bishop e6.
No,
It's kind of paralyzing.
I think actually the advantage of Hikaru here is that that pawn prevents black from getting any open files for the rooks, while he has an open file. And if Nuderbek tries to fight for G file, then he leaves the pawn undefended.
Bishop f7 though. Well, that move takes an eye off the e2 pawn, right? So perhaps Hikaru can.
Yeah, this is definitely a progress.
Yeah, can Hikaru now? Can he take that pawn? Let's see. I mean, if he retreats, then he's got to contend with potentially that knight being captured at some point. He can also take, he takes the bishop. I don't like that. He's going to let the rooks connect. E6 could arrive as well. So he's probably calculating takes, king takes, knight f4. There could be a pin here, but let's see. Let's see, like takes, knight f4. Is there a way to not really any way to add additional pressure? You know, I was thinking like, is there bishop g8 or something? But even knight h3 will just defend my rook. So Hikaru might be able to win the pawn back here. The engine does say he could take and take knight f4. Black would have a very small advantage, probably due to the fact that he's got the bishop pair. But I would be okay with that instead of being down the pawn. Hikaru goes back. So he's allowing this trade. Oh, okay. Well, Hikaru will go back to e6 here. I think he's definitely satisfied with the draw. What about Nordebek? Oh, okay. Wow. Nordebek does not want the draw. That's what we said. These guys, they don't need a reason to want to win. They just want to win. Even though it doesn't give him any qualification or anything. He's already in.
Well, I guess it might give him an advantage of choosing the opponent or not being chosen as an opponent.
Right. Yeah, I guess so. I wouldn't think that, especially we saw in the last event where everyone was picking, I think, Vincent, right? And then he was like, all right, wins.
Okay, but now nobody will pick Vincent. And if you are number 4, then you will have to pick Vincent.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe he wants
So
to
maybe
avoid
he
Vincent.
wants to be the third at least.
Yep. So what do we have going on here? So after bishop d5, Nordebek said, okay, I'm definitely wanting to keep my pawn since I remove an attacker. But now you always have this bishop without an opponent. The pawn on d5 is perhaps a little bit of a target, but should always be able to find a way to defend it. I think for Hikaru, he needs to improve the knight on c2. That's definitely the only piece in his position that doesn't have a clear role. The bishops are doing their thing. The rooks are working on the files. No idea what the knight on c2 is
Yeah,
doing.
that c5 move from Nordebek was kind of unexpected for me, but it makes a lot of sense. It prevented b4, d4, any knight jumps. It's great. I guess, yeah, rerouting it makes sense to f3.
Yeah, I mean, if I could get it somehow to e6, we could be in business.
Yeah,
But I don't see a
now
route.
thinking about it, c4 doesn't make much progress because of b5, and you have to move it again. But yeah, to f3 makes sense.
Yeah, there's also maybe at some point this g2 idea if I really want that pawn. So
Yeah.
we'll see. Nordebek is jumping around with the knights. Question mark. Ooh, the reason this is not the best is because d4. Get rid of this knight, so you got to take, and now this is a reality, right? Now the knight
That's
is
what
coming
we need.
in.
We
Yeah,
need the knight
d4 is a
on this.
big move here.
Oh,
Oh,
no, he
Hikaru
didn't.
doesn't see it. Goes 91. d4 would have been a really nice move.
But even with knight on f3, he might be able to play d4.
Right, but easier to
Maybe.
do it with the knight on c2 right away, right? I would have saved a
Yeah,
little bit of time.
I guess then Nederbeck can capture on f3 and then win d4. That's the difference.
Yeah, certainly getting that knight to the e6 square or the f5 square looked very active. Knight e1, of course, is a good idea. We still need to improve the knight, just maybe not the strongest way to do so. Rook f8. It's funny when these moves get like misses, but it's like, Rook of Fate, you defend the pawn. No, that wasn't right.
Yeah, I agree with Chat. I think he saw it. He moved very quickly and then he saw it.
Did you see his reaction, facial reaction, or?
He did look like some regrets. Was
Mhm.
quick. Was
No time to ponder it.
No, of course. There will be other chances. It's not like it's a clear way to win here for black or anything. The time situation is a bit annoying.
Yeah, apparently here the engine offers a lot of traits for Hikaru. Say, hey, let's attack the knight, and then get the rooks off the board, and you're down a pawn, but
Is
it's
it really
survivable.
easy though?
Well, we're about to see it. Hikaru goes for. I mean, one of the ideas here, one of the things when you have the two bishops, it's known that one of the advantages is that you could try to trade one of them off in a favorable way. And in this particular case, maybe for Hikaru, at some point he can try to snap one of the knights off. And if he gets an opposite color bishop endgame, we've seen a couple of those today, as long as, even if he's down a pawn or two, he can still hold a draw. So that's another resource. But he's playing more for the activity of the G file now.
Yeah, and he also restricts the second rook from black. He doesn't want to trade both rooks. I like this because the bishop on e6 doesn't let the second rook to have any play at all.
Mhm.
Unless black somehow manages to push f3, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
Hikaru's got f3 under some good control here. Bishop on
Yeah,
e6,
maybe
that's his compensation, right?
Yeah.
The wooden shield.
Yeah, exactly. Wooden shield is back. I mean, he can always trade it anyway. For example, knight from f6 goes to, I don't know, h5 or, yeah, h5. Then we can play rook g8. And then after trade, we are also attacking h7. It's one of the options, but I don't think it's going to happen. He will have his rook active for a while.
I think knight f3 is probably coming pretty soon, especially because the knight in e5 looks like a pretty strong piece in the center. So getting rid of it could be an idea. 97. Nordenbeck is saying that you want to trade off my knight on e5, I'll get another one there. But as I mentioned, that might not be a bad idea. You trade both of these pieces off, you'll have a lot of positions that are just drawn due to the opposite colors.
Maybe he wants to play knight f8. That's the idea.
Kick out the bishop. King c2. I like that move. Just I feel like there's like some annoying stuff here. Just get out of it. Yeah. Knight f8. I suppose we have to go back to h3. And the good thing is that our pawn on d5 is not under attack, right? So we can always either return if we're able. Wouldn't want to go bishop g2, but maybe that's not bad either. Put it on e4 or something.
Yeah. I wonder if he can still play. Oh, sounds crazy, but king c3 d4 was some of the maybe possibility.
But Nordenbeck strikes first with the pawn break. Makes sense, right? He did it. He was getting tired of that bishop on e6, so he's just eliminating that square completely. And if you take it, looks
Then
a little bit
d5.
annoying. The knight's coming into d4,
and also d5 is an option.
Yeah, it opens up a lot of opportunities. This is apparently not bad at all for Hikaru if he plays accurately, but you can definitely see the logic in Nordenbeck's idea.
Oh, I like bishop c3.
Yeah, just get that bishop on. This is one of the reasons that king c2 was also a good idea, right? Just don't have to worry about these checks. And we mentioned how it's possible you can trade to one of these
You can
things.
just swap both bishops for both knights, and I can
blocking everything.
Be winning after knight f3 blocking that pass.
We might find that out. Hikaru does go for bishop c3. His bishops are putting in some good work, controlling lots of squares. Now knight f3 is like a threat, right? Because it's a pin. So knight f3 is like a real concept here.
Yeah, knight g5 is an annoying move that might happen. Because I think otherwise he's gonna trade. He's just gonna trade both knights, or at least the knight on e6. Because all of the pawns are on dark squares for black, so the light squared bishop is not really very much of use for white.
And Nordebek has a decision to make. I mean, if knight g5, then we can retreat and you can still kick out the knight. Even though the bishop isn't really attacking anything of note, still kind of nice to have it on a nice open diagonal, right? So the
Yeah.
bishop may still prove to be a worthy soldier in Hikaru's camp.
Yeah, no, of course, it will have a lot of squares. Yeah,
Both players under a minute, by the way.
he's really taking his time. It's been like half a minute.
So you decide, okay, but now knight f3.
Yeah,
I mean, this is, I mean,
this is
the
completely
extra,
fine.
yeah, the extra pawn for black is looking very immaterial,
Yeah, that
considering that
extra
it's all
pawn is now
scrambled.
doubled. And if anything,
Mm-hmm.
I think Hikaru has some chances now.
I think that this is
Oh, yeah.
quite safe for him now. I mean, will Nordebek try to keep the knights on the board or something so he can try to create some threats? I feel like if he takes an f3, then I would probably even take with an e-pawn, and then rook e2 is coming, rook e6, and that's just the dead draw.
At least the dead draw, but I also see ideas like b4, king b3, king c4, attack on d4.
Mm-hmm.
It's not so easy to defend all this for black. Well, he can just put the bishop on e5, of course.
Yeah, I
But
just saw Hikaru, he kind of
that's
gave a little
progress.
nod. I don't know if you caught that. Felt like he's like, all right,
Yeah, yeah.
the worst has passed. And yeah, by the way, you know, if I keep the rooks on, maybe I can try to get ambitious, you know, like the bishop, the dark square bishop is so blocked by its own pawns that the light square bishop's actually better. Bishop e7 at least stops that idea of invasion. Let's see. Okay, d5, check. Oh, rook is c8, it could be arriving if you move the king.
You need to be
You go to
careful there.
b8, for example.
Yeah, it's a mate.
Get
No, maybe
mated,
king
yeah.
d6. King d6 is
Yeah,
best.
let's make sure. Yeah, king b6, now rook e2.
Okay.
Yeah, of course, if Hikaru trades the rooks here, I mean, this endgame is unwinnable for either side. Let's see, will he just go rook e6 or will he... Well, rook e6, there's rook f7, right? So it's not like a forced trade. But let's see. Seeing the chat, we have
Some
chat, we say...
progress for Hikaru's qualification.
Yeah, so Gukesh lost. So he was one of the play. I think he was an 8th. So
Yeah.
we'll check the standings after the game, but we have our chatters telling us, hey, a draw here, he's looking real good, which makes sense. He'll be at 5 out of 10, 50%. But still, I can smell some ideas from Norderbeck. He might have a very ambitious king walk, and that's going to be very annoying, always targeting those queens. So this is not quite like, all right, shake hands, go home. I think Norderbeck still has some ambitions here in this position.
Yeah, indeed. I'm double checking the results. Hikaru is on 8th place at the moment. Well, shared 6.
He's a game down, right?
He's
Compared to his opponents.
and yeah, like if he gets a draw, then he is more than a point ahead of 9th place, so he's safe.
That's math. He also
And
plays.
he's also like saying, pick me, I'm an easy target, which of course is not true.
I feel like it's almost easier being in the bottom half. You don't have to, you'll be like, yeah, whatever. Whoever picks me is whoever picks me, right? It's a
Yeah, it's a tough choice. Like last time Keimer was 8th and he won the tournament.
Norderbeck down to 10 seconds. A3 from Hikaru, by the way. I think he did not want to deal with the king potentially invading. So now he's opening up the threat. Of course, king b2, rook c7. Don't still be careful, you know, move like rook c2 is careless, allows bishop takes a3. Of course, Hikaru does not do that. Let's see.
Here rook g7, he's trying to shake up the position.
Yeah, try to invade potentially.
Yeah, just bishop g4 blocks it all. Now Hikaru can enter through e8.
Yeah, I wonder if Hikaru will. I would go h4 here, h4, h5, and that way the structure will never be broken. So I blocked the
Like-
g file, I blocked the e file, and there's nothing on the c file. But
Yeah,
there's plenty of ways to go about this. Hikaru might start thinking about. Yeah, I don't know. Could he be considering, hey, like, can I come after this pawn or something?
yeah. I mean, why not? His opponent declined earlier draw.
Mhm.
Now he can do the same.
Still, bishop f5 is not easy to achieve because of rook g2.
Now, yeah, maybe you need to play like. Problem is he cannot even play b4 anywhere to move the king away from the last two rows.
Well, the good news is that a draw is a perfectly great result here. Guarantees
Yeah.
qualification. Rook g5. Okay, so he's giving up the pawn in order to go rook e5. Because if he started with rook e7, Hikaru could just blockade the e file.
Mm-hmm.
The Norderbeck is trying to show some ambition here, perhaps, with the rook potentially infiltrating on the second rank. Okay, hold on. Rook e6. Okay, this is tricky. Rook e3. That's a great square. Hold on. Norderbeck still has some ideas. The king can come back in. You never really want to take this rook. You're going to give me such a massive passed pawn.
So yeah, king c5 and king b4, you're saying is a threat.
Yeah, I mean, king before not immediately, but
Not
it feels like
immediately.
this is the route for the king. So the problem for Hikaru is that the bishop is stuck defending things. The king is stuck defending. Let's see. Can he like... There's also some like tricks where black can play h5 in some moment, trying to deflect the bishop from the defense of the rook. I will say that I think Norderbeck's endgame technique, doesn't, obviously we know of players like Magnus and stuff like that, but he is also someone who's has impeccable endgame skills, as we're seeing here. Like, it looks like the position is okay. Let's make a draw, but he's finding ways to go forward. Now Hikaru decides to take an e3, giving Norderbeck a pretty scary
h5 was
pawn.
a real threat.
Yeah, I mean, DE is more natural, give the king more room in. Hikaru, of course, with the opposite colors, he could be able to just blockade everything. Perhaps that is the play. You put the...
Yeah, but then king d4, king c3, and he attacks.
Yeah, but I think I can give up the B pawn, right? With some blockade like this.
Maybe.
Okay, he's trying to do it.
We're still a pawn down, right?
Yes, we are. Apparently, this is getting very dangerous after king d4. Norderbeck goes the wrong way. I'm not completely sure, but I was thinking, I guess we should stick with the game. Like, is this position, can I not fortress something like this? I feel like this is a fortress, but let's see.
I'm afraid there might be some Zugzwang ideas later, once the H pawns are marched up.
Yeah, to be honest, as dangerous as this looks, if this position is a draw, which maybe it just is, right? Like, I just maintained my bishop defending everything. But let's see. Hikaru's got 8 seconds.
Or maybe he has, I don't know. Oh, apparently this
b5? No, just bishop d7. That's a huge blunder. Yeah, because now you have to take, and I don't even need to lose a pawn. I was thinking you might be able to draw this by giving up the pawn on
huge
b3.
mistake from Norderbeck.
Yeah.
Now Hikaru is happy. A bit relieved.
Yeah.
It's very relieved now. Yeah.
1 second. Is he not going to move?
Yeah. Lost on time? No?
I don't think so. I think we still getting some
Hikaru
moves.
just rolled his eyes like, are you gonna move, bro?
Okay, threatening e2. Yeah, this is now an easy draw. But the point is the king at e2 blockades everything, and the bishop will easily defend these pawns. There's no way to make progress. Yep. Yeah, I guess this is actually winning with the extra beat. They do agree to a draw. So Hikaru does hold on to it. Yeah, now I'm realizing I see what the difference. So the reason that so this position here, one of the reasons that this could be winning is it's going to take a while, but imagine the black king heads over to the h3 pawn.
Oof.
And then while the bishop is defending, I'm going to play b5.
Mm.
And then if you take with the
And you
a pawn,
force the bishop to
Yeah.
eventually take that pawn.
Mhm. So I think this would be winning, actually. It would take some
Yeah.
time, but that's how you would use that extra pawn. So for
Yeah.
Nordberg, b5 was a huge blunder. Now this is very simple. And they just agreed to a draw, fortress.
Yeah, perfect. Well, this guarantees Hikaru qualification, because also Fabiano, I think, also lost. So he's on the same amount of points. Actually, 3 players. Well, Hikaru is now on 5. But Vincent and Fabiano will be trying to not to get eliminated against Richard and Gukesh. So these 4, only one of them will, only 2 of them will go through. But Hikaru is safe.
Yeah, so with this draw, Hikaru guarantees himself a place in the top 8. He will for sure move on to the knockout portion. Whether he finishes, he's currently 6th. He still has one more game against Richard Rapport. Richard Rapport is in a must-win game to keep his hopes alive, qualification. So we'll see how Hikaru ends up doing. But for now, he's guaranteed top 8. We will be back for the last round of the day, seeing how all the standings shake up.
Yeah, see you soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final round of the day. We have round 11 coming up. Hikaru is playing Richard Rapport, but this is just already a bonus round in the sense that Hikaru has guaranteed himself a place in the final 8, in the top 8 spots, which means he will go on and qualify for the next stage of the tournament. Maria, what are we thinking about this last round here?
Yeah, since Hikaru is going to qualify regardless of the result, he might as well just play and have fun. I don't think there will be any early draw, but for many reasons, because Rapport still has theoretical chances, albeit really small, because one of the expected results could be that the 2 direct contenders who are on 4.5 points at the moment, Fabi and Keimer, might just settle for a draw because it suits them both and guarantees both of them to go to the quarterfinals. But who knows? Maybe that's not the case. Maybe there will be full-on game, and we'll see Rapport actually playing for a win. Anyway, I expect a fun, interesting round. We will keep an eye on all the games, and we definitely will cover them all. We have the
Absolutely.
position.
Yes, we do have the players analyzing as well. We're all zoomed in on the board, so I can't see exactly who's suggesting the moves. But Maria, you bring up a great point. I was looking at the standings, and currently Hikaru, he's in 6th. He's got 5 points. And in 9th place is his opponent, Richard Rapport, with 3.5. So even with the victory, Richard cannot catch up to Hikaru. But the quirky thing is that Vincent and Fabiano are playing. They are in 7th and 8th place. And if they draw their game, that's it. They are 100% qualified to the final 8. The rules here, of course, is that you cannot offer a draw until move 40. But I'm wondering, will we just see these guys find a way to repeat or something? And because they both know the deal, they both know the draw is good for them. So we might just see some way for them to make a threefold or something else, and that would be it. That would be securing their places.
On one hand, yes. On another, if one of them really does not want to have the other player in the knockouts and rather would have Rapport, but maybe this is too much, too deep thinking. Like you don't count your chickens so early anyway, right? You might never be able to see that matchup again, but they did play semi-final against each other, and Keimer won. But of course, it was a completely different time control, and it was a match. So I don't think they will be thinking that deep. I think both of them will take it calm and probably will be happy with the draw.
Yeah, you definitely, I think, will be prioritizing your own tournament before thinking about some of these other guys. But also, we should mention that Gukesh, he's also on 3.5, just like Richard Report. So, in theory, if the Keimer versus Fabiano game ends decisively, and one of those players stays in 4.5, then either Report or Gukesh could catch up to them. I don't know how the tiebreaker works, but they would be able to get 4.5. But yeah, I don't know. I'll be keeping a somewhat of an eye on that game as well, because I would expect the players do find a way to get into a draw. But who knows? You know, maybe there's something in the contract. No draw offers before 40 moves, and also, you know, maybe there's some.
Punishment for threefold.
Yeah, maybe there's some like,
Maybe
you know,
that's why
sportsman.
Alireza did not want to sign it.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that's right. What about this?
Small
What about
print,
this
which only
commission?
one player read.
Yeah, yeah, we'll see. In the present, we have. I actually see Vincent. He's having a bit of a laugh. Maybe he's, hey, you guys find a way to threefold this position yet? But I see that we have some funny structures going on. Of course, we have the bishops in the edge of the board in the corner. So I think the players are looking at something like c4 for white, c5. Well, not, yeah, well, actually now I don't see what. But yeah, something like this is a very natural continuation for white, just immediately getting those bishops firing down the board. This position looks relatively balanced compared to some of the other ones that we've seen. Looks like both sides can proceed in reasonable symmetry. I'm guessing we'll probably see some short castles, right? With the king already on g8 and g1 from both sides.
Or
So we
even no
might be.
castle if you push h pawn
Hmm.
and develop the rook via h6. You don't even need to move your king.
Yeah, yeah, very fair. Also would make a lot of sense to push the rook pawn in coordination with the bishops shooting on the other side of the board.
Yeah.
So here we go. I think the players are finished with their analysis. Maxime and Nepo are squeezing the last five. Nepo just waved his hand. He's like, okay, whatever, let's go play. Doesn't matter.
The way a brief look into the table, actually, I think Vincent and Fabiano are qualifying, even if they both lost, which is impossible.
Is
Either
it
of
some
them,
tiebreak?
yeah, either of them either of them losing, I think is higher on tiebreaks against
Mhm.
Richard or Gukesh, for a simple
Mhm.
reason that both of them drew with the eventual first and second place. And I think that actually takes them much higher in I think it's Buchholz that is used, or Berger. I think in round robin it's Berger.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's not 100%, but just like raw estimate, looks like they are going to be higher because the other players won against or drew against much lower side of the table.
I see. So it turns out they may not even need to draw at all. So we'll
Yeah.
see.
Yeah, anyway, like
Mhm.
Vincent has the highest because he's currently placed higher than Fabi, and so
Mhm.
is Richard against Gukesh. So
Mhm.
Vincent is completely safe, but I also think that Fabi is also safe here. So they might just have fun and play.
Play it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in the meantime, we do have some moves. Obviously, I doubt that Richard Report studied all the tie breaks before the game. He probably saw, well, I'm a point behind. If I win, let's see if I can make something happen. And we have c4, c5, and then Maria, you were saying, hey, why would you castle? You can use the h pawn. The rook's already active, so both players copy h4, h5. So Hikaru obviously did not want to see the pawn going down any further. And now Report goes knight to e3. I would imagine something like b6 could be possible. But is this knight potentially going? Ooh, you got to be a little careful. Look at that.
Hikaru wants to play d5.
He played e6. Yeah, to
He
stop
played
it.
e6,
But look
yeah.
at this. If you go b6, knight f5, not only is this fork, it's actually checkmate because the king
Checkmate,
can't
yeah.
even go to h7.
Yeah,
So
e6 does not help you, so that's why he plays e6 preemptively.
yeah, just doesn't have to worry about those shenanigans. b6 and b3 on the board for both sides, of course, to activate the bishops. And Hikaru, yeah, definitely at some point he might be thinking about d5, but he probably should develop his knight somehow. Although whichever knight you bring out, now you need to start considering the possibility of the trade for white.
Yeah, yeah, makes sense.
Hikaru burning some. Richard's playing very fast, right? 10:26. He's hardly burned any time. Definitely
Yeah,
feels like there could be some attacking potential here, right? With these
yeah,
pieces.
it does. It does seem like one of those positions where white starts with quite a large advantage because of just simply having all these threats, like knight e3 threatens with knight f5 checkmate threat. It doesn't happen often in other setups. So that gives you a huge leverage that your opponent simply has only moves like e6 to prevent that from happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And Hikaru plays knight f6. Developing move. Block to the bishop. Question is he looking to maybe he can still play d5? What's he going to do with the king? I'm noticing there's an idea the entrance point he got is to play rook h6. We did see something similar earlier today when Hikaru was playing Vincent Keimer. The rook just kind of comes out without any need of castling. Richard unbalances the structure. Gives up the strong bishop, though. Rook h6 here is possible. Defending the pawn on f6. I see a lot of discussion in the chat about Title Tuesday. Of course, it's happening right now. Chat's asking, is Hikaru playing Title Tuesday?
Yeah, playing right now and calculating all the moves to the end.
That's why he's down on time, because he's busy making his move in Title Tuesday, and then he makes his move here. King g7, defending the pawn. I feel like we might see like a long castles here from Report. Like I mean, I can castle right now, right? Yeah, I could do this and let's go. Just maximum chaos on the king side. I feel like that's something like this might be in his wheelhouse here as he tries to desperately go for a win.
Yeah, it's possible. Well, knowing Rapport, he will find the craziest way to continue.
And let's not forget, needs to win, even though as you check the tie breaks, it looks like even that wouldn't be enough. But the last game, have some fun, right?
Yeah. Might as well. Might be your last freestyle. Rapport was invited, right? Instead of one of the
He was the
players.
replacement for Alireza.
Yeah,
Exactly.
so he might not get invited again unless Alireza is out completely. That was my impression, that Jan was not exactly happy with how things went with that contract. So maybe Rapport will get a permanent spot. But Starov also has all the rights to get that invitation. So who knows? I think he could not play, right? Sindarov was invited, but he could not play.
Oh, I didn't hear. So he was given the spot initially and he couldn't take it, and then because he had a great result in the previous event, right? Like he made it, I think he got 4th place.
And I mean, Fedoseev also qualified, but had to drop out for personal reasons.
Really? Okay, I didn't know that. So yeah, well, we still got together quite a field. Richard is thinking here. I mean, I feel like when he played this bishop f6, queen c3, it's like he's signaling he wants to attack, but maybe the attack is just not as realistic as he had hoped.
Yeah.
All the games are still going, by the way. I was checking real quick. By the way, not only are they going, Vincent's has like a large advantage apparently against Fabiano. We'll see if he can win that game.
Wow.
Richard plays d4 though. Central break.
Yeah, Vincent actually quite often was the only player starting the game with completely different move from everyone else. He also didn't go for h4, he immediately went for a castle.
A kingside castle or?
Yeah, kingside castle.
Mm-hmm. I think this
It seems
d4
like-
move. Mm-hmm.
It's
Go ahead.
almost like he does not go for easy solutions out of the opening, but looks at more into like greater picture, what he wants to see in like 20 moves.
Really forward thinking.
Yeah, very, very deep.
Someone said Fabi and Gukesh are dead lost after 10 moves. I mean, yeah, I mean, last round, players have been playing all day. Perhaps the energy levels are getting lower. Hikaru takes an F3. I was actually wondering, maybe Richard's idea was to take with the knight, and then he could sacrifice potentially an F6, since he's going to have another knight coming right over. So perhaps Hikaru saw that and was like, okay, let's get rid of one of these guys, and then I'm going to take on d4. But I'm
Yeah.
still curious, is it crazy to take with a G pawn followed by castling long and now have this file?
Yeah, I mean both will be opened. No, I think it's not crazy at all because of the bishop on b1. Potentially you can double up with the queen, but I mean black can do the same, right? So that could backfire for both players. So he takes
Yeah, I get my answer. Yeah.
yeah, he takes with e-pawn.
Hikaru wants to trade the queens. Makes sense, right? There's any potential danger to his king, get the queens off the board. Obviously, if Richard takes, we're very happy to recapture. Then you could even maybe plug in this bishop on d4 or eventually the knight. So do not think the queen trade will happen on the c5 square. That would just improve Hikaru's structure. We have someone helpfully tell us some tie breaks in chat. Direct encounter, number of wins.
Oh,
Followed
okay.
by the burger. Burger.
Thank you,
Yeah, direct
Taco.
encounter always, I feel like, makes the most sense as a first tie break, right? It's like, look, you
Yeah,
get the
makes
same
sense.
score, but I beat you. Should be mine.
Yeah, for sure. So in that case, I think, well, I mean, whoever loses the tiebreak, right? But if it's three-way tie, then direct encounter doesn't work anymore.
It looks like Fabi's dead loss. So I'm looking real quick. How did Richard do against Fabi? He lost to Fabi.
So
Richard
Fabi is
actually was in a huge losing streak earlier.
okay.
What about
Yeah, so Fabi
Gukesh?
is safe to go through even if he loses to Vincent.
What about Gukesh? How did Gukesh do against Report? Oh, sorry, not Report, against Fabi. Someone said, oh, Gukesh has a chance, but he's losing. So the problem is maybe he's got the chance on tiebreaks. He doesn't have the chance on the points. So it looks like
Yeah.
yeah, we haven't let me see real quick. How's his position? Oh, he's playing Nepo. Ooh. Nepo's got some. Yeah, that looks quite. I'm looking at the position. Those two bishops and those two knights. Yeah, that looks nasty. So yeah. Looks
Yeah,
like
Nepo seems to be the first
Mhm.
to finish today's tournament.
And I guess there is some jockeying going on for the very top spots because right now Magnus is in first. Nepo's only a half point behind. If Nepo wins, he is winning. He could actually end up in first place, and that gives him the right of first choice, so he can pick his opponent. But it's not an enviable task. It feels like no matter who you pick here, it's going to be no easy fight.
Yeah, well, for direct encounter, Magnus and Nepo drew, and then Magnus has a win over Norderbeck, but Nepo won over MVL. So their second tiebreak is very close.
Isn't the second tiebreak? It's number of wins. Are they same on number of wins or no?
Well, number of wins is the same. Well,
Mhm.
if Magnus draws and Nepo
Yeah.
wins, then the number of wins is the same.
Right. Well, I'm gonna assume first, second. these guys.
Well, they
don't
are
really.
shared Blitz champions after all, so
Mm.
that makes sense that they might share the first place here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if they make it all the way to the final, they could also switch. Fabi is crushing right now. What, really? Oh, Fabi is crushing? I thought he was getting crushed.
Yeah, Keimer is prepared for the knockouts steam again,
Mhm.
winning all games.
Richard's down a lot of time here. Position is simplified a bit. There was no queen trade as expected. But now the king looks very safe, right? There's no, can't jump with the knight. We get a castles. Might as well. The rook had nowhere to go. How does Hikaru want to unravel here? I was wondering if there's some kind of bishop e5, d4, or if that's overstretching my position.
Also, is rook g8, king h8 too crazy?
Yeah, that could be possible as long as we keep an eye on the pawn and f6. I feel like the king is super cozy here, right? Like these pawns around it make it
Yeah.
a hard time for white's pieces to get closer. But that could be an idea. Of course, this is an open file.
Yeah, of course, we need to protect f6 first. I guess that's what he's doing. Maybe knight is going to e5, but Richard says no.
But now my rooks are connected, which is nice. I
Yeah,
can
and
consider
there is
trying to
no
trade
big file
everything.
anymore.
Okay, now d4, e5. That's something I would consider.
Yeah, for sure.
So the funny thing is, if you finish in the bottom half, it doesn't matter at all, right? If you're 5th, 6th, 7th, or 8th, there's 0 advantages, right? Because you're the one getting
Yeah.
picked. So
Yeah.
you can finish 5th and they'll still pick you in the first round
Yeah,
or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah. You finish last and they still don't pick you.
Yeah. So this is really for, I
And
don't
there
want to say
is
nothing,
no
but
rating yet, as far as I know.
no rating, no prize, I believe. Maybe there's a prize. I feel like there could be, should be.
Yeah, there might be some difference in money.
Yep. So I'm liking Hikaru's position here. He's been able to get very powerful pawn chain, a pass pawn on the d file. But the only downside is, I guess, his bishop is a little bit blocked, but can't have everything.
Yeah, the center is definitely very, very nice.
Richard, I guess, if his knight, if he was more like somewhere centralized, could give him some better hope. But here, not hope, but maybe a better position, I should say. But here the knight is quite poor on c2. It's also, yeah, that's why he plays knight a3, just trying to find a better square for it. I mean, this is going to take forever. Perhaps he wants to open the c file for the pawn and the rook. Maybe Hikaru can just play like rook e8 or queen e6, or I don't know, somehow get the heavy pieces involved in the game.
You think he's trying to get there? Like maybe with something like knights, no, just b5. I was thinking he could have played b5, then knight b4 and knight d5. That's the way to get there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was possible. Of course, Hikaru could also play bishop d6, right? To
Yeah.
keep control of the diagonal. Yeah,
So what's
here.
the idea behind knight a3 then?
Yeah, it's a good question. Like I was saying, maybe this is the route, but it takes very long time.
So, and
B5
does
is,
it easy to divorce it?
yeah, maybe not. The knight at c2 really was doing nothing though, so perhaps Richard's like, let me, okay, Hikaru, he's looking behind him. Or is there something going on? Because Richard's also looking up. Hikaru's Something caught his. Maybe he's just looking at the other results, the other games.
Or maybe, well, they cannot offer a draw.
No, not yet.
Maybe there was some commotion. Is there any results? Oh, I see one game potential. No. Well, Nepo is completely winning.
Nepo and Vincent are holding their advantages. Huge
Vincent,
advantages.
huge advantage. Huge. There is almost a mate on Fabi's board. Such a crazy position.
D5 from Richard, so he is looking for inroads for his knight. Very reasonable idea. As the camera repositions, giving us a nice view of both players.
So he's potentially going to C4. What then?
Pawn is potentially going to C6, right? Get it a couple squares closer to promotion. G5. Whoa, nice. Okay. We're going this way. You know, you take, H3, rook over. There could be some action here. And the bishop on B8. Don't sleep on this guy after E4. Might really join the
One
fun.
of those bishops hiding behind a tree,
Mm-hmm.
like a meme.
The meme bishops coming to the rescue.
C6.
Yeah, I mean H4 perhaps.
Probably H4.
Or rook G8.
Yeah. I mean, he could also double. Yeah, maybe rook H6, rook G6. That is
Or
fine
uses
too.
the H rook. Makes sense.
Yeah, he keeps the deep pawn defended as well in case if he wants to deflect the pieces.
Yeah, some kind of D3 and you stop the
Mhm.
queen from defending.
Yeah. So yeah, king can go to H6 or H8 after.
This looks very dangerous actually for Richard's position. Surprised the eval is not too high. And the move is knight B5 to the entry. Okay, G3. Now H4. If you go here, I have like F5 or E4 maybe even. H4 is just begging to be played. Even something along these lines. Trying to blast it open. Or E4 as well. E4 is even stronger. Opens my bishop. So we might see Hikaru launching a pretty devastating attack here.
Apparently there is an exception in the rule where it's not tiebreak but a match.
Yeah, if it's there's tie breaks unless there's a player in ninth who's tied with the player in eighth.
That is
So
way
they
too
play
much.
a match. No, I think basically it's tiebreakers unless it's a tie for eighth place. And then they'll like, okay, we're gonna actually play a match for it. But it doesn't look like what's gonna happen.
But what if the player in seventh and eighth is tied? Does this rule also apply or?
Like if it's 7 to 9th, do all three of them play for two spots?
Because like
Yeah.
this phrasing is a little bit like not clear. How many players need to be tied in order for it to get effect?
It seems like those players would also play because in this phrasing it says all players with the
should
same
be
number
at
of points as
least
the eighth
8
place
and 9.
player.
Okay.
So it's like, if I'm in seventh and I have the same amount of points as the eighth player, I'm stuck in this tiebreaker with the ninth guy too.
Yeah. So if there is at least 8 and 9, then this rule exception takes all players with the same number.
But with Gukesh and Report looking like their positions are troubled, we may not see this tiebreaker at all.
Well, I don't know. What does chat want?
They want
we
more
want
chess?
clear-
Probably.
Clear qualification or more chess? I mean, Hikaru is safe. He's definitely on. He's sixth place.
I'm actually wondering if Hikaru wins, could he jump into? No, he can't. I was gonna say, can he jump into the top 4? But he actually cannot finish
No,
higher than
probably
5th.
not.
Yeah, he cannot. The top 4 is actually basically set, unless Arjun wins. Where's Arjun at? Arjun's in trouble against Fitted. So, okay, what's happening here? We got King G2.
Mhm.
I mean, this pawn looks like there's just so much pressure. Looks like Hikaru should find a way to break through on G3.
Yeah.
So
only
perhaps
thing
King
is-
F8
Yeah.
instead of going to the H file, because then there's
Oh,
Rook
you
H1.
prefer F? Ah, okay.
Yeah,
Makes
Rook
sense.
H1 might be annoying. So I'll go to the F file for that reason. Let's see what Hikaru does. He's looking like he's about to cook. That's how he's looking.
You know what else we could do? Open the H file. H3, then Rook H8. Okay,
And Queen
maybe
H5, yeah. But he's got Rook H1 just in time, right? We're one move. The
Yeah.
other problem was, I guess, there was also King H2. But King
Yeah, I
F8
guess.
is good! Exclamation point. Now I'm threading to some nasty stuff here is on the cards.
G4, yikes. What
Yeah,
about E4?
Yeah. E4 looks devastating. I guess that maybe I don't necessarily mate you straight up, but at the very least, I'm gonna potentially grab a pawn.
Mm. Yeah, E4 looks crushing. Or F5.
Also F5, yeah. There's
F5,
also
yeah.
F5, absolutely. This looks quite strong. F5, I would even say it's hard to choose between these moves. Hikaru's not looking at the board again. He's looking at the other games. I think he's just looking at the other results, right? Not even like, I don't think there's any commotion. And
Yeah, I think
Nepo
that's
has won.
it. Yeah.
That's the one official result
Yeah,
we
Nepo
have.
is first to finish today.
That puts him in first right now, 8.5 points. So Magnus is a half point behind. But his game is still going. Hikaru is back at the board. He's spoiled for choice. 2 moves that really do a lot of damage to White's position. Plays one of them. It's a good move. Great move. Now he can still play F5. He doesn't even need to take on E4 on F3. So he can, I mean, both moves are quite good, but F5 immediately just completely shredding the defenses of the king.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing you can do.
That's another that you were telling us that move might happen. That's why we kept the rook here. And now the queen no longer can defend on the 3rd rank.
So he wants to take one of 3 after that.
Okay, Queen E6 trying to add some defense to the pawn on G4.
But maybe he has
There was multiple moves. This one's okay. Not the
Maybe rook
strongest, but a good one. Rook G4 here is going to get a brilliant, I think.
Oh, nice, nice.
Did it?
No, no brilliancy.
It was just good. Good.
Good. Great.
Great, yeah.
Okay. But
So
that,
no checkmate, but an extra pawn, I believe.
yeah, that leaves us with an extra pawn, but some more work to do.
It's an extra pawn, but it's not just one pawn. It's the fact that this pawn is very strong. This pawn is a passer. The rooks are doing damage. My bishop hasn't really done too much, but the board is wide open, so the bishop will definitely show its teeth. Hikaru keeps looking behind him.
Yeah.
H3.
It should be possible to win here.
Bobby lost official. Vincent Keimer punches his way through into the final 8. Fabi also, it's gonna finish clear 8th, it looks like. Several other games still going.
Yeah, so Arjun is still playing. Prague is winning against Nodirbek.
Mhm.
That also will bring him to 4.5, right? Is Prague on 3.5 at the moment?
He's on 3, so he's not.
Okay, he's out.
He cannot catch up, unfortunately for him. Hikaru just swipes off the pawn. It's a mistake. Why is that? It's not a mistake. It was one of those glitches. Yeah, Hikaru is up a pawn, but Richard's got this dangerous pawn on c6, giving him some counterplay. Rook d8 is a threat.
Vidit might be winning one more game.
I think he won the previous round as well against Fabi, so he might finish
Yeah,
with a
he
couple
won
wins.
against Fabi. He might win with 2 wins against Fabi and Arjun. Something reminds me. This reminds me of Fedeseev and Tata Steel.
You mean Arjun and Tata still? He won the last 2 against
No, Fedeseev won
Fedeseev?
against Arjun and Fabi at the start.
Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, he was crushing the 2800s. I was thinking how Arjun, I think he was having a poor event, but then he finished with a win over Norderbeck. And he won also in the last round, I'm pretty sure, as well. So sometimes you have
He
these
won
guys
against Gukesh.
against Gukesh, yes. So it's
Yeah.
like, oh, the
Well,
guy's at the bottom, and then he
I
gets his
spoke
wins.
to Arjun's mother.
Oh, look at this move.
Oh,
Rook
you
blunder.
scared
Just
me.
kidding.
You scared
Just
me.
kidding. Look at that. Sneaky, sneaky.
Nice.
But Hikaru doesn't fall for it. Yeah, you were saying you were talking to Arjun's mother?
Yeah, Arjun's mother said he was a little bit under the weather at the start of the tournament, but then recovered towards the end. So we can see it from the results as well.
And Hikaru, whoa, big blunder from Report. If Hikaru plays Rook C1, paralyzing the knight and rook, and you can't get it out because I have a check. He plays it. Bishop F4 check now. And then you have H3. King E2 H3 is the winning move. H3 now is still the winning move. The pawn is going. But you got to calculate. There is some C7.
So if Hikaru lost this game, then we would potentially see an additional match between Fabi and Richard.
That's right. Well, the
So
game's still going.
Fabi is now really rooting for Hikaru to not to lose the game.
Absolutely. But Hikaru finds H3. Now C7, you just give up the bishop. And then you play H2. And Report actually just resigns. He does not go king. He just resigns the game. So no extra game. And Hikaru, he already had his spot clinched going into this round. But getting a victory as well, that doesn't hurt your confidence. Feeling pretty good.
Yeah, that's nice. It's always nice to finish the tournament on a win.
Yeah, the tournament's not finished. Tournament is not finished. So good. Hikaru, he moves into clear 5th. Well, actually, Arjun is still playing, but let's jump to maybe one of those games. How's Vidit against Arjun?
Prague is playing against Norderbeck.
Yeah, it looks like Prague is actually winning that one. Guess we could stick with this game because this game decides what place Hikaru will finish in. I guess it's not really too relevant. But Vidit, he is up a pawn, and more importantly, the Black King looks to be in a lot more danger here. But there's also some threats against White's King, right? Like these pieces are not that far from the King on G1.
Yeah, there are some ideas. I mean,
9
very
seconds.
on both
8
sides.
seconds.
Yeah.
This is tricky. 92. 92 is a threat. Yeah, he goes back to G3 because he wants to cover 92. Also, there's some Rook H7 checks in the position. This is still messy. There's like moves like Knight H3.
Actually,
Like
yeah,
some-
that's the threat.
You get mated here.
7 Queen A2.
Yeah, I would still have Bishop E6, but definitely still scary for Black, right? All those checks. Had Magnus, I think, drew, right? Magnus.
You can also, there is a cute way as well. If bishop e6, queen c2,
Mm-hmm.
and if you try to stop me, there are some ideas with rook h7 check, king,
What
bishop
about queen
takes,
c2
queen
now?
takes.
Right away. Your idea, queen c2, right?
Yeah. And yeah, then here already bishop f5 is not even possible.
He goes rook f7, attacking the knight at f4. Rook d6 is possible because there's rook d1 check. There's rook d1 check coming.
Did
Didn't miss it. Got 3 seconds. It's going for mate. It's going for mate.
but now rook d1.
Yeah, it's in the air. Oh, he keeps playing at 4 or 5 seconds. This is anyone's game. Feel like it's quite easy to blunder a checkmate here for both sides. Rook d1, I guess you have rook f1. At least you can. And there's queen d4 check. Maybe knight f2.
Yeah, maybe knight f2, but then queen d1, queen, no, knight is protecting it.
Yeah, but maybe just okay. Well, we're gonna see it on the board. Whoa! Here
Ooh,
comes
what?
the king. That's
No,
brave.
but now no knight f2. He's getting checkmated. Isn't it h4?
h4, king g4. I'm still fighting, but then you have maybe
Queen,
95, 95 with the
e5
fork.
maybe, and then queen f4. No, wait. He's just repeating.
Maybe. He's
No,
got 30 seconds. He gained some time.
yeah, but
I think h4 is maybe fine, but I have this fork after, and then I take the rook.
yeah, I think h4 might be the way. It's some tactics.
Arjun is thinking. He goes queen here. Okay. All right. No
Also
choice.
probably mate.
Somehow I'm still.
But then h4 and queen. No, there is no queen g2.
You can take the bishop actually, because I don't have any checks. Oh, I do. No, wait, I do have a check. Very important check. Forgot about that one. I'll definitely do that check. Okay. But okay. Queen e1 covers the square. Oh, wow. Queen e1. And now I can take. And incredibly,
Yeah,
there's no
at least
checks
you
with the
can
queen.
take.
Mm-hmm.
But
Also,
if
you can't even go king h2 because, of course, queen h4 is mate.
okay, so but then you have to play what, knight f2,
Yeah, maybe you need to go knight f2, but then
h4, maybe,
queen e5.
or queen e5,
Yeah, that looks pretty good.
and then there is no f2 for the king. Actually, it's a mate.
Yeah. Did it.
Oh,
He
maybe
was
queen
winning.
f2. Queen f2.
Queen f2 only move apparently goes rook f2, but this is a safe capture.
Just rook
Somehow
b1.
there's 0 checks. Yeah. Unbelievable. No checks here. And you're down a piece.
He's also playing so quickly. Arjun sees everything.
Yeah, he's gonna take it, and then now h4 is a nice win. After king g4, 95, I get the queen. And that would be enough for Arjun to. Oh, he goes here. Also a good move though. Yeah, it's amazing. There's no worthy checks here.
No checks at all, yeah.
Queen c5, still trying to.
Well, now he can grab the 4c.
Yeah, because this is not a threat either. Still no
Yeah.
checks. Like all these squares
And
are
rook
just totally
e8
covered.
will protect the king. Yeah, just rook e4. But not queen e4. Queen e4, then you get. Ah, no, there is no checks.
Even
either.
then, queen c3, I could still go queen d4, right? So
Yeah.
okay, here we go. We'll give the rook. We don't want the rook. There could be a perpetual there. Don't want to deal with that. Yeah, I mean, queen e5 check. We'll trade the queens. I'm sure there's checkmates as well in the position. And Vidit
Yeah, just resign.
resigns the game. So that puts. Do we have anyone else playing? We do. We have Nordebek Prague, but we'll throw that on real quick. So actually, yeah. So now Hikaru is 6th place for sure. Not that it matters.
Yeah.
Once you're not in the top 4.
Yeah, I don't think the number of points will really affect who is going to be picked by whom. We can speculate a little bit. We can place some bets. Chat, what do you
Mhm.
think? Like we have results are in, right? Nepo shared with Magnus, and apparently the system
He's
puts
higher in tie breaks, yeah?
he's higher on tie breaks because I think he won against MVL and won against Arjun, while Magnus lost and drew. So the points of by third tie break, Nepo is ahead. Very solid.
Yeah, so Nepo will have to choose between. Well, actually, it depends on this Nordebek game. If Nordebek can hold on and not lose, he will actually get fourth over Arjun. So that would give him the option of choosing instead of being chosen potentially. But he is down 2 pawns, which is a bit of a problem.
But the qualifiers are known at the moment. So
Yeah.
who do you think Nepo will choose if it's between Noderbeck, Hikaru, Vincent, and Fabi?
Might just pick Vincent, right? Even though Vincent's the winner last time. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Maybe
don't even know how you
objectively
make these
people-
decisions because at the end of the day, if you take everyone's ratings, Vince is still the lowest rated out of those 4 guys.
Yeah, and nobody is going to underestimate him this time, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I would guess that let's assume Nordbeck loses the game since he is losing. So he's going to be one of the people getting chosen. Maybe Jan would just take Vincent, and then it's Magnus's turn. And he has the choice between Nordbeck, Hikaru, and Fabiano.
I think
So
Magnus might choose Noderbeck, but I don't think Nepo will choose Noderbeck.
how
They
come?
often play on the same team,
Mm-hmm.
and I feel like their playing styles are kind of similar. Yeah, I think Nepo will be less afraid of playing Vincent than Noderbeck. But who knows?
Yeah, I mean, it becomes quite tough. It's like you want to pick the 2800, the 2770. How about the 28780 maybe? That's like the choices are not so easy.
Yeah, but again, like these ratings are classical chess ratings.
Right,
No,
right, of course. You have to factor in the fact that well, they're not playing rapid time control tomorrow, right? They're switching over to like a semi-classical. What is the exact time control? Do you know?
I remember there was something different about it. There was no second increment. They had one, I think. Not increment, I mean added time. There it is. 90 plus 30. There
Okay,
is
so
no added time, right?
so one time control 90 plus 30.
Just 90 and nothing after 40 moves, nothing
Yeah, here
added.
we go. Single elimination knockout of 2 games of 90 plus 30 matches. I wonder
Which
if it's
makes it a little bit
possible.
more rapid than classical, usual classic time control. Like if you are in time trouble, you are in time trouble until the end of the game.
Why is this position completely drawn all of a sudden? Oh, I see it. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, so the point is after this trade, I'm going to have bishop e5 ideas and rook a5. So let's say you play like, I don't know, rook c2. I can take, and I can win my pawn back. So that's what was missed by the players. By the way, I can definitely see this king somehow getting checkmated. You know, if you're a little sloppy, like all of a sudden on the light squares, Norderbeck trying to set something up. The problem is he doesn't have a good check. He needs that bishop to be further away.
Yeah, that knight becomes much more dangerous than the bishops.
Yeah, this is looking quite
Yeah.
dangerous. It's quite painful.
That king is terrible.
Yeah, Prague
F3.
is
And now rook
cooking.
b2 will be threatening with checkmate.
Yeah, there's also bishop
Or
h4
bishop
ideas.
h4.
You know,
Yeah, this is kind of over. So
rook
yes,
a4 at least
Norderbeck-
stopping bishop h4. Yeah.
Norderbeck is going to be chosen.
Still strong performance for him. I think he started off red hot. He was first place going into today. Today he was not as strong as yesterday, but comfortably makes it into the top 8. I think he flew into the tournament moment's notice, right, to replace Hans. So he's making the most of his chances. Are they going to repeat here? I doubt it. Prague probably just needs a little bit more time to make his decision.
Yeah, the good thing for Prague is that his king is completely out of trouble. So he just needs to continue delivering threats. Like white has no counterplay.
Yeah, this is about to get really sad once you have to go bishop e1. I mean, maybe a stalemate. I don't know how, but that's what try to set up a stalemate at this point. But you got to take away the g1 square, which is impossible.
I'm thinking of some tactical ideas like knight e2, bishop h4, and then knight g3 and bishop g3.
Maybe this is what I need to see. This is the way that I lose my control of g1.
But then e4 is not defended, so white can grab on e4 with a check. Okay, so he just resigned.
I think he lost in time, actually. But
Okay.
both were quite reasonable points. But anyhow, we do have the standings. All the games are finished. Maybe we can get them up on our screen as well. So there we have it. The top 8. Nepo and Magnus share the first prize, followed by Maxime, Arjun, Norderbeck, Hikaru, and clear 6th. Vincent and Fabiano round out the qualifiers to tomorrow.
Yeah, so I guess we still need to find out where will the selection happen. Is it again at dinner or are we going to see it live? Which is kind of understandable if they do it at dinner because it's hard to organize players. Some of them already left and waiting there just makes no sense. But yeah, I'm wondering if Nepo just arrogantly picks Hikaru like Sendarov did in Weissenhaus. That would be fun to see, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe Magnus will be like, all right, give me Hikaru. Let's get the action starting right away. So it's hard for me to speak for the minds of the players. I guess you can also you can make it easy on yourself. Just go with points order. Oh, Fabi scored 4.5. I'll take him. Oh, then it was Vincent. Then it was Hikaru, right? And that way it's just like you just create yourself like some kind of guideline and you just follow it. Doesn't matter what the names are. Just look at their scores and then you don't have to worry about it.
All right, so we're actually going to go on a very short break while we are hearing from the organizers. Looks like it's going to be picked at dinner again. So we will see it on Twitter. And are we going to see Hikaru? Okay, we're not going to see Hikaru tonight. But he's probably already recording his
recap
in today's video.
We're going to be looking at the freestyle.
I bet he's gonna publish it before we even finish the stream.
Well, let's race him. Let's
Let's
race and
race
finish.
End of right now. Well, tomorrow we start at the same time, at the same place. It's gonna be me and Alex again, and it's gonna be classical chess. We don't know yet whom Hikaru is gonna play. It depends who is picking him. But nevertheless, it's gonna be fun.
We will be here tomorrow. It's been a pleasure covering all the action with you today, Maria. And
Yeah.
we're
Likewise.
back tomorrow. Get all the pairings. We'll be ready for anything that comes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much to all our chatters, our mods.
Get enough
writers.
sleep, chat. I know it's very
Yes.
early for some of you. Don't stay up too long. We need you from the start.
Take care, everyone. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.